We're living in exciting times, and I was thinking the other day who woke up with amnesia and couldn't remember who he was. As guardians of the
Bấm này là bấm tới, cái này bấm lui.
Bấm tới bấm lui vậy thôi, không em hỏi sẵn.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the forum in 5 minutes. Please enter the ballroom area and be seated so that we can start. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our event will begin in very shortly. So once again, please get into the ballroom and have your seat. Thank you.
Running to you. I am on my way. I will get through. I'm on my way. Running to you. I am on my way. I will get through.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome all of you to MARTECH Vietnam Conference organized by MMA Global in Vietnam. First of all, on behalf of the organizer, I would like to say thank you so much for your joining us and wish you all a good day. And my name is Tan Yang, and I send all of you a warm greeting from me. Thank you for joining us. So in order to have meaningful and seamless event, please help turn your mobile phone to silent mode before we go to the main panel discussion in this event today. So thank you so much for your helping. So ladies and gentlemen, continuing the mission to create the all-in-one platform for all brands and technology companies in Vietnam, where we can all connect, share, grow, and win together, MMA Vietnam proudly to introduce to you the first MARTECH Vietnam conference, and its event will be live streamed on Brands in Vietnam, Advertising Vietnam, and also MMA fan page. And please share your friend too. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, could you give a big applause to welcome all of you to our event today? Thank you. And to begin this program right now, I'm very pleased to have the welcome speech from Mrs. Phan Bích Tâm, Country Manager Vietnam, Myanmar, and Cambodia, and Board Member Vietnam MMA Global APAC.
Good afternoon. How are you today? Very good. I must say I'm very happy and very proud to be the part of the event today because, we have discussed about this 2 years back, but today we make it happen. This is very good news. And, I'm so proud because, we have a lots of faces, a lots of friends and partners in this room. Thank you so much, the board member of MMA. So just like I want to take this opportunity to thank our board member, our advisory board, our partners. So I have some slides. Okay, let me do this. The cue em ơi, cái này ổn chưa? Is it work? A silent moment. Okay, not really work. Okay, here. Oh, okay, no worry. Here in my slide. I think it's not working, right? They haven't launched yet. Cái cue card này chị đúng là vậy đúng không em? Okay, so I don't want to take it long, but in order to make it happen, we have an advisory board for this event, and we have to form up the beginning. I must say 2 years. So who are they? Actually, they are the board member of MMA Vietnam, and today they're also in this room. So thank you so much for working a lot with MMA team to make it happen today, and a lot of partners to support MMA to make it happen. And today the event live stream on Advertising Vietnam, Brand Vietnam. I think all of you guys are very familiar with this platform. Is it right? Yes. And on MMA Vietnam fan base as well, with MMA APAC fan base as well, and YouTube channel as well. So just like this event will be broadcast properly. And they will see your face here as well. So please smiling, okay? During the whole day, okay? So, and I want to say something, but I want to keep it secret, because you know why? I want to invite the chairwoman, the co-chair of MMA Vietnam, Miss Nguyễn Thị Mai, she's the VP of Marketing from Unilever. She will perhaps of MMA Board Vietnam to share something about this and why we make it. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Tom, very much. So first of all, actually, I'm a little bit nervous to be here because of I joined MMA Vietnam almost like 2 years. I hope that you know I remember well after COVID. Yeah. But you know it's the first time I joined the physically event like that. And for I think 2021 we have a stereo of virtual events, and actually that I always feel so happy to be with people rather than that looking at the screen. Even you know, even we talk about the marketing technology today, but you know at the same time that you know I believe that we share the same. So we feel so lucky that you know technology helped us a lot during go to the pandemic. Without technology, I believe that you know we cannot survive after 2 years of the pandemic. And I can see that you know how that you know accelerate the technology adoption among I think the different group. I just share with you that you know it totally changed the way that we do daily thing right now. From the super sophisticated activity like working and education, learning, up into the very single routine task like you know what for dinner today, how is the recipe, how I cook this kind of dishes. And you know it's not just like for the look like high tech or you know tech savvy group like working people, student, younger group, but you know across every single one now you know they adopt with the new technology. So like my relative living in rural housewife, our supporter at home, and you know even my dad, you know my father like 94 years old, and you know so lucky that he can use a smartphone and everything. So when he quarantined in the hospital alone, we can still keep connected with him throughout 2 weeks of hospitalization, and we're so lucky on that one. However, it created another challenge for us, the challenge for all of marketer, because we forced to transform our way to approach, to connect, to engage, to serve our consumer. And you know, we need to make that transform faster. And then you know, thank you, you know, thank you for all the tech and all the marketing technology provider. It makes our job easier. And according to, if I remember well, as the report from, if I remember well, it's the marketing technology super graphics issued by the chief MARTECH something. In 2021, there are more than 8,000 organizations to provide different kind of marketing technology service around the globe. I know, actually, the too many is not that good. It makes us so confused. You know, how we not get lost into that myth is quite, I think, the big challenge for us. We need to own it. We need to unlock it. We need to use it as a must driver for it to be success, not get lost. And you know, that's why I believe that we together, we can Jessica, you call it as the Marketing Technology Council. It will be called the participant from the all player in the marketing ecosystem in Vietnam. Marketer, on the agency, the technology company, etc. And we believe that we can together to get all the latest updated on the new technology, on the new trend. And you know, we share the very practical how to deploy that in Vietnam, how to find the best solution for the challenge that we're facing every day in Vietnam market and to serve for Vietnamese consumer. And I believe that, you know, with all the powerful people out there, if we together, we will make it. Yeah. And the story of event will be organized by MMA this year, starting from last year with the marketing technology report for Vietnam market. So I hope that, you know, all of us, we can enjoy together the very nice afternoon today. It's quite some of the first physical event we have together, and the more welcome. So it's just like the starting for our journey. So thank you very much, and I'm so happy, you know, I'm so blessed to be here with all of you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mari and Ms. Thumb. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's great honor to stand here presenting the distinct speakers that will present on the topic omnichannel, new business model for double impact, consumer and customer satisfaction. And this session will dive into more concern of marketer today about omnichannel. And please join me in welcoming Mrs. Nguyễn Thị Minh Tâm, Business Unit Director, Home and Hygiene, Unilever Vietnam.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tam, and I came from Unilever Vietnam. And I have been working in this FMCG for almost 18 years already, and majoring in marketing and trade marketing. Yeah. And I started to learn about omnichannel, I think just 1.5 years ago. But it is my big privilege to come here today and share with you a bit of my understanding and a bit of practice in Unilever when it comes to omnichannel. Yeah. So let's get started. Excited about the channel, and let's start with the basics first. Cho chị mượn cái bấm slide được không?
Hiện tại cái đó đang bị chụp chút xíu thì chị nói thì chị cứ giơ tay từ sẽ phóng cho
Okay.
mình.
Okay. Yeah, cho chị cái slide đầu tiên. So we have been familiar with the pure play in Vietnam, the model of Lazada, Tiki, or Shopee, etc. However, omnichannel is a later emerging trend. Yeah. So what is it about? The definition slide, please. Or maybe a bit of the agenda. I just forgot to share with you the agenda of my presentation today consists of 4 parts. The first part is the definition and the trend a bit in our regions and also in Vietnam. The second part is about the shoppers of the channel, their motivation and their shopping journey. The third part is about the content, data, and media deployment in omnichannel. And last part is a use case where Unilever partner with Big C to develop and to deploy an omnichannel campaign last stage for results. And I think save the best for last. In the last part of my presentation, I also invite one of our trusted partners, Miss Trương Thị Huyền Nga from Central Group, to come on stage also to share her point of view in this topic. Yeah. So give me the definition slide. Thank you. Yeah. So this is the definitions of omnichannel, that it includes all retailers that offer both online and offline shopping solutions to shoppers to fulfill and deliver the grocery e-commerce demand via in-store and also outside of their stores. Yeah. And the shoppers of this channel, their mission are largely driven by the routines and also needs for today. Yeah. And some retails that operating in omnichannel in Vietnam also include Big C Go, Bách Hóa Xanh, Copmart, and also Lotte. So many of our retailers started to operate omnichannel nowadays already. Yeah. The next content, I will share with you a bit of the trend of omnichannel in the world and also in Vietnam. Yeah. So last year during the pandemic. Okay. So last year during the pandemic, due to the social distancing, we see a phenomenal growth of omnichannel, not only omnichannel, it must say digital commerce, to use the right word. It is almost 5 times versus the previous period. Yeah. And within the digital commerce in FMCG, omnichannel contributes almost 33%, which means it is also growing very, very fast. And this trend is predicted to continue in the near future. Yeah. And the next chart gives us a view in terms of comparison between omnichannel and pure play in terms of penetration. We can see that the penetration of omni is not yet reaching the level of pure play, however, catching up quite fast. So the penetration of omni now at around 3 to 4% in our nearby country in Southeast Asia. In Vietnam last year, the penetration of omnichannel was up to 8% already. Now we come to the discussion about the shopper of the channel, who they are, and their motivation as well as their market, their consumer journey. So according to Kantar research, in Vietnam, it is said that the shoppers of omnichannel are more skewed to the youngsters, yeah, and also the middle age, with big size family and as the medium LSM here, living standards measurements, is a kind of social economic class. And for them, the main mission is largely driven by routine and the needs for today. However, there are also a percentage of omnichannel shoppers are willing to browse and try new things. We call there is still experiential shopping missions for omnichannel. And the shopping journey is also omnichannel, and it can be various. So let me pick one of the consumer journeys to give you a sense of what it could be. Yeah, just one of them. So let's, for example, pick Rachel. She is 40-something and a housewife, and she wants to shop wherever it is convenient to her. So normally she is a frequent shopper of Tesco, a hypermarket. So one day in the store, Rachel interacts with a promoter at an activation booth of Domestos, a product that say that it is natural and at the same time can kill 99.9% germ. So Rachel started to feel excited about the new product. So she scanned the QR code at the activation booth to get a vouchers and at the same time a sample. So when she lands into the domestosbrand.com, she can read more information about the product, and at the same time, she can also read about the rating and review from other shoppers about the product. Then she signs up to get the discount vouchers. After that, Rachel heads to the main shelf in the supermarket to buy the product. And as she makes the purchase, Domestos started to reach out to her via an SMS to get her rating and review in return for another gift if she can come to the tescogrocery.com to buy any products. So since then, Rachel sometimes she go to the stores to buy things, but sometimes she shop on the online channel of Tesco to fulfill her order, especially for the bulky and heavier stuff. Yeah. So for shoppers like Rachel's, there are still reasons for them to shop both online and offline. The reason why they shop online is that online shopping is still suitable for social distancing and become more and more convenient, especially for the people, they are busy. But they are still prefer to come to the store to buy things because they like to touch and feel the products. And also for some of them, the trip itself is a leisure activity. And the shopping journey for the shopper on omnichannel is not linear. Yeah, there are many ways for a shopper to add an item to their shopping basket, either via favorites, via search, or via the main menu in the retailer website. But search remains the most crucial. In other words, search is a main source of add to basket actions of all of the activities in omnichannel. Therefore, to win in this channel, we have to be winning in search. In the world, there are 4 models of omnichannels. In Vietnam, we don't see much of click and collect or ship to home. The most popular model in Vietnam we call rapid delivery, where the orders is arranged by the store staff and delivered via motorbikes. Yeah, we have lots of motorbikes. Therefore, this model is most popular in Vietnam. So the next part of my presentation, I will cover the content, data, and media deployment on the omnichannel. And a quick note on content first. Yeah? So content on omnichannel is more towards the written elements, including the perfect names, the bullet point descriptions, and also hero image. Recent years, supplementary images like the pictures I show on the right-hand side are also widely accepted. And a smaller note is that 7OA for omnichannel has to be retailer fit, and that is the difference versus the pure play. Omnichannel media consists of the 4 things. The first thing is about perfect store online because it has always to be a clear product and appealing product content before any investment. Yeah, and these normally include the visual and written content optimized to convert the shopper and also to win in search organically. The second item is on retail search. As I said earlier, win in search is critical. Our product has to be discoverable when the consumer search. Yeah. And the third thing is on retail media. Here it means that we can invest into banners and products placement on the retailer websites because I think we need to also find relevant content to serve relevant shoppers as they browse on the website. And the last element is about off-retailer media. Yeah, so this is including the paid search, programmatic, or social, normally to pull shoppers from the awareness funnel into the conversion funnels. Media and data, to operate that model that I have just mentioned, the media data and retailer data have to be on board together for win-win solutions. Why so? Media and also brand data can bring high quality traffic to the retailer websites, and in the return, the retailer, if allowed data sharing, can enable analytics and also optimize media spend and also unlock the chance for repeat purchase, upsells and cross sales. So obviously this is a win-win situation. And over the past few years, we see that the omnichannel media and data landscape has evolved really. However, it is still behind the pure play. Yeah. Therefore, depending on the different level of data and media maturity of the retailer on Omni, there are different approaches to the data and media deployment. The lowest level, almost the basic one, is to deploy 7OA and also promotion on the site only. The higher level is to partnership on contents and banners, or we say on retailers' investment. And the highest level is truly a digital marketing collaboration between brands and also the retailers, which in the later part of my presentation, I can showcase to you. Yeah. There are two actions for marketers, to take notes. Number one is to make sure that we know the data maturity level of the omni retails in order to decide which media deployment model to choose and which audience and assets to be deployed. The second keynote is that we need to have clear vision of how success look like and have a visibility of performance tracking in order to tell if we're delivering our business objectives or not, and we can also optimize along the way. Yeah, and as promised, the last part of my presentation, I'm happy to share a use case of bringing data, retailer data, and media data together for not only consumer and customer satisfaction, but at the same time, unlock channel and category development. So when I say category development, it normally include the job to be done of getting more users, more usage, or more benefits to the category. They can come into a sweet spot with the channel development. Normally, it includes increasing shopping frequency, increasing basket size, or expanding the buyer base for the channels or the customers. So last date, Unilever and Big C collaborated to create a test campaign where we retargeted the Big C loyalty shoppers and offer them enhanced or enriched shopping trip via the online and offline hybrid shopping models. So in that campaign, we targeted the 3 types of shoppers using 3 different types of data. Number one, we target the Big C members. They are loyalty shoppers of Big C. Second, we use Unilever shoppers. They normally shop in a Big C store. And third, we wanted to target the shoppers of Big C who live near the Big C stores because we wanted to offer them online experience by offering free ship if they start to shop online. So in terms of content, we invite the precise audience to shop online and offline by triggering convenience and also offering exclusive promotion when they started to shop omnichannel. In terms of media, we use Facebook CPAS and also geo-targeting. Yeah. So the results were very encouraging. You can see here conversion rate, average basket size, or return on ad spend, all exceeding our home care performance in pure play in the same period, which is that last time. Yeah. To conclude, we can deliver our business objective via the media and the data deployment and leveraging the power of the online and offline shopping experience as we enrich for our consumers. And this cannot be done without the collaboration between our Unilever and also our retailers and also our media partners. With that, I hand over to Ms. Trương Thị Hiền Nga from Central Retail to share a bit of her point of view and expectation in terms of how a brand, a manufacturer, and a retailer can collaborate together to create and unlock this channel.
So hello everyone, my name is Nga. I'm omnichannel director of Big C and Go in Central Retail Vietnam. So thanks Ms. Tâm for the very insightful presentation about the omnichannel from the point of view of FMCG brand. So now I will share to you about what is omnichannel in retail point of view. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so everyone asks me what is different between omnichannel and pure player. So for me, the key point is different between the mode of omnichannel and pure player. It's about the integration of the online, of the in-store and the mobile experience. It's about the seamless shopping experience. Because you know why Walmart have to invest $3 billion of USD to buy Jet.com, and why Amazon have to spend about $13 billion USD to buy One Food. It's apply business because they want to do the omnichannel. Everyone wants to do the omnichannel. And everyone wants to have the integration between in-store, online, and mobile, and seamless shopping experience. With the retailer, we are be able to do the O2O synergy, online, offline synergy. It be able to provide to the shopper the multiple media touchpoint, the multiple shopping channel like website, in-store, scan and go, social commerce, telephone, multiple choice of delivery, multiple choice of payment method, and finally, the shopper can shop anytime, anywhere, any way that they want to shop. Okay, so now I want to focus on the seamless experience in communication. So you know, when we are doing the omnichannel, we are be able to also synergy the online, offline communication. We could send one message, could be communicated in on channel, in offline, like the POSM in our store, the catalog, the flyer, the product display in our shelf, the PG on our store. But in the same time, the same message could be provided in the social media, the SEO, the website, the app, noti push, the online, also the online display in our application and website. And our objective is to use the digital tool to personalize the offer, retarget the shopper, and follow the customer online to offline, but also offline to online. I could give an example. If today one shopper, they are shopping in our in-store, they stop maybe 5 seconds or 10 seconds in one product, but finally they will not shop, they will purchase this product. So if we have the camera in our store, we could detect that this customer they have attention in this product, but why they don't want to purchase. And maybe when they come back home, we will be able to sending them some digital ad to remind them again that they may need to be purchased in online also. Okay. So now I just want to share with you a little bit about the seamless experience shopping journey. So you could see here's customer journey. From the awareness, we have the part online and the part offline. Here, the customer could be reached in many touch points like social media, by the advertising, or by offline event like PR, or our POSM and catalog, or maybe word of mouth. But in the same time, after having the awareness, some analysis by our blog, the content, landing page, they could purchase. But not only purchase in the online, like website, app, social commerce, telephone. They could also purchase offline in-store, even by telephone. And finally, even delivery. we could do the delivery, online home delivery to customer, but in the same time, we could do also the pickup in store. And finally, with the loyalty, the customer, they go through all of this shopping, seamless shopping journey, and they will give the feedback, the referral, and become our loyalty customer. So here's some example about the omnichannel experience of offline, online. Let's say you are a customer. You could shop in the store and then we will delivery at home to you. In the same time, you go to our store. You could use our application to scan product, and finally, you do not need to wait in the checkout. You could check out automatically because we already use the app for the scan and go. And another example about the, let's say you are shopping in the website, but you could choose the mode of delivery as home delivery, or you could do the pickup at store. So once again, the shopper can shop anywhere, anytime, with the most convenient option. Okay. So now I just want to share about how we create the success from the retailer for omnichannel. We have 3 advantages. It's very clear advantage if we compare a little bit with the pure player. The first one, we have a huge assortment with guaranteed quality. One of the concerns of people today when they are shopping online is about the quality of product. As retailer, we are be able to guarantee that. And we have, in the same time, we also have very huge assortment. The second thing, we already have a very wide distribution. It means that we do not need to invest in logistics anymore, and we could optimize the logistic cost. And everyone knows that the logistic is one of the, the biggest cost in invest in online. And the third one, with our wide distribution, we are be able to deliver faster and cheaper. But in the same time, many challenges coming to us when we are developing the omnichannel. So the first point is about the technology investment, because omnichannel require a lot of technology investment for the front end, for the back end, for the marketing solution, for the optimize, etc. The second thing, do we have a clear commercial strategy between online and offline? How we could optimize the commercial plan of offline, but in the same time create exclusive commercial plan for online. As the third one, how we, because as Mr. already shared, we have a 4 model of the omnichannel, but 80% of the omnichannel will be picking on sale in store. So how we transform our traditional operation to become omnichannel operation in our store. So here's 3 challenging and 3 requirements that we need to think when we want to do omnichannel. As retailer, we used to work with many FMCG brands to develop and collaborate to develop an omnichannel together. But one of the key points that from the retailer, we really want to have the collaboration of brand is about the omnichannel vision and organization. Most of the brands today, they have some difficulty to understand the omnichannel model, and they are not be able to separate or differentiate between pure play and omnichannel. So that's why omnichannel understanding, omnichannel knowledge, and understanding well about the omnichannel model, and be able to having a clear vision and clear organization in omnichannel from brand side is very important for us to work together and to develop omnichannel together. And the last slide in my presentation is about what is the growth driver when we are working with the brand. Of course, as I said before, in the commercial strategy, we will not only based on the traditional or applied strategy commercial, we need to be able to create the exclusive promotion between brand and between retailer. Also, the exclusive assortment. It's not about this product will not sell offline. It does mean that we will not sell in omnichannel because the customer segmentation in omnichannel and offline is different. So we need to be able also to create the exclusive assortment between brand and retailer. The third point is very important. One is about the direct digital marketing, how the collaboration about the media between brand and between retailer. The fourth point is about the operation flow on field. In store, how we organize that? Do we have some collaboration or some support from brand to improve our operation flow? And the last point, I think is the last but not least, is very important point. It's about the dedicated team with the omnichannel mindset from brand side also, to be able to understand the omnichannel and to work with the omnichannel team from retailer. So I think that's all for the moment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nga and Ms. Lam again for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, and right now, please welcome the first panel today. In this part, please open Slido for all audiences in this room. If you have any questions you may have, and please scan the QR code or open Slido with room name MMAVN. So the first panel, Modern Marketing Era, Time to Reset and Reboot with MARTECH. The team is no longer for the forward-thinking and center-level marketers, but for marketing community as a whole to be agile, customer-centric, technology-enabled, and please join me in welcome the leading industry market leaders and brands for this panel. Mr. Đinh Lê Đạt, co-founder and CEO Ants. Mr. Tú Hoàng, the Chief Technology Officer, Unigans Vietnam Company. Mr. Dũng Đặng, co-founder and CEO Vui App. And the moderator, Mrs. Nguyễn Diệu Cầm, General Director, TNA OQV Vietnam. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause to join me and welcome them on the stage. Jason Tembiga.
Thank you. We have the first panel today about MARTECH, and we want to have here three experts in the field, and we have Mr. Dat, who is expert in data. Yes, a very big topic of nowadays. And also we have Dũng will share with us some of his hands-on experience in handling data. And then we have Tú, which is from Unigons, will share with us some of the solution, very down to earth, very practical. So I want to start with looking at the previous presentations. We see that the fundamental triangle data, technology, and creativity is making the development of MARTECH in Vietnam nowadays. So starting with data, we see that consumer nowadays is working and shopping in a multi-platform digital focus. And also we see the retail landscape in Vietnam, as just shared by Nga and also Thâm from Unilever, so complicated, so fragmented. So as marketer, it's critical for us to look at data, understanding data, and how we can have a data-driven approach in a context where data is a currency. Let's start with that. Could you share with us your overview about the data landscape in Vietnam? What do you think about how it is evolving, and how can we benefit from that? Anyone want to start? Anh Đạt, maybe you want to start?
Thank you, Cam. I think it's really proud to start with the data, because I think it's for a long time, right, where we always when start with the revenue and growth, but actually the root cause came from data. So let me very short on what is my experience in the last 5 years traveling across of Southeast Asia, especially for the MARTECH landscape. I think the majority problem of the data right now, because of the mindset of the enterprise and the brand, the majority growth happened in the new customer acquisitions. So because of this growth happened with the newer customer acquisition, that's why the impact of the channel acquisitions that can be applied with data is quite limited, to be honest. Because as you see, majority way of measure of the cost acquisition how happening from the upper funnel, where the kind of like ability of the brand to really activate the data is getting lesser, to be honest, in terms of the variant of the impact. Because all the biggest platform now going to automations, going to the auto bidding, going to the all like AI driven. So which is from the brand standpoint, from the enterprise standpoint, we very difficult to really can impact to this kind like engine decisions kind like platform. But in another way, what I realized that the COVID is showing that the sustainable growth that company looking right now is to grow with retentions and with the lifetime value of the customer. And many of companies figure out when they take a look of the deeper on the growth loop of the data, showing that the majority profit actually came from existing customer, returning customer. So that's very good point that the companies start realizing reinvesting on the back core of the whole business is your existing customer growth. So then this data, I think, is the first party data. The first key message I want to address here is today we're proud to hear that the many companies start have the first party strategy because they realize that's so important, because they start mapping out the impact of the existing customer to the overall business operation. So that's the first one. The second one, take a look of global landscape about like MARTECH is about maybe in the 3rd of May will be the first global MARTECH where we announce the new landscape, but let me address to the previous landscape 2021, where the global MARTECH is about 22 category of the technology and about 8,000 companies participating, and almost 1,200 companies just focus on the data. And there are 3 key points of the areas of data that normally the people now investing. One is definitely is insight and reporting, which is without that you cannot understand what is happening. The second is about the measurement and attribution. The third one, which is changing the positions of the brand perspective, is before we talk about CRM, talk about DMP, but now we are talking about customer data platform, where it's very focused to solve the customer-centric view and first-party data activation. So for Vietnam, just quick one, we have just done with Vcom and also with many of the largest e-commerce company to observe how many MARTECH stack normally companies using. In the global landscape, normally one company using about from 15 up to 17 different tools in the MARTECH in order to operate full stack of the marketing from full funnel. In Vietnam, around 10. And if we put it into the global landscape of the category, unfortunately, the data solution in Vietnam is quite few. And I think it's something that will be changed very fast. What I have realized just in single 12 months, 2021, I have realized that maybe 5 different CDP company built natively in Vietnam have started launch. I think it's so happy to hear and to see them here. I think brands start having the first meeting, engagement pitching of what is CDP is, and some of the brand already going beyond the data lake, which is they already have data lake, but the question is how from this data lake can bring the value to the impact of the campaign and of the business. So what I forecast for Vietnam in terms of data, I think 3 key points will happen. First, the first party data become the mainstream of anything of the planning standpoint, even the operation KPI, business growth, marketing, etc. The second will become about privacy. I think the privacy governance need to be in the place, because without that, people will not participate healthy in this ecosystem. And the last one is about the top management kind of like mindset. I think it's a very important kind like this educational workshop to really address the core pain point of the growth of each of the business in the sector. And I think that something will be the 3 main, I think, change for 2022 regarding to Vietnam market. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting the importance of first-party data. I think that all of us nowadays in this room also know that first-party data is important, but as you said, it is a big platform. And not all the enterprise, the company in Vietnam can have the resources or the budget or the ability, right, to afford having a internal system of handling this first-party data. So let go deeper into data, how we can, maximize the different sources of data we have nowadays. So I just want to know more about, you mentioned insights. You mentioned that also privacy. So how about, second-party data, third-party data? We have multi-platforms and other, just like the marketplace, super app, and all the stuff. How you think marketers nowadays can collab, right? Maximize the use of other sources of data to put it in a bigger picture of understanding the market.
So anyone?
I know that you have experience working. Dũng and I, we launched Uber in Vietnam in 2014, right? And then Dũng also worked with us as a head of payment solution at VNG. So I think you have, you have a lot of interactions with user and how we do, big massive amount of data. Tell us more about that.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Very humble to be here because I'm probably the least marketeer person in the room. To answer Ms. Kum's question, I think there are two developments in the past 2 weeks that actually shaped my thinking a little bit. The first one was last week when Netflix, for the first time, they announced that they're considering doing ads. The second one just happened, I think, 2 days ago, when Facebook announced that their active user in Europe actually declining. So what does those developments have to do with what we're working on here? I think one of the questions that our panel trying to answer is, what is the digital spending after COVID? What it look like? And from those two examples, in my macro view, I think it's still gonna go up. Maybe I'm just a forever optimist, but what happened is we've seen in COVID time, there's a lot of losers and winners. For the losers, now it's time to catch up. And for the winners, especially some high growth tech company, it's now time to maintain the high growth expectation. You can see that the stock market carnage in the past few weeks, where multiple compression was a key discussion in the room. So what happened is, I bet that the span is still gonna go up, but at the same time, beyond the first party data and the capability associated that, what a lot of companies have to prepare themselves for, I think one of the bet in the near future is reach beyond the pure content platform. Your content platform, like, you have Facebook, you have Google, and so on and so forth, right? And from the business side, when I'm running multiple businesses before, what happened is we see the CAC is actually on the rise. It's always on the rise because the ad inventories get lower. And then, as the dad just mentioned, retention is actually going down because actually consumer have more choices and that's being exposed to more digital ad and so on and so forth. So what happened is there are a lot of company now struggling with what the concept of renting revenue. It's not even like, getting the revenue there. It's not stable, but it's just renting it until your ads go out. But if we look at the landscape, go back to the spending, we see that a lot of more apps and platform in Vietnam are actually gaining traction in terms of size and scale. And because of also the pressure for growth and pressure for monetization, increasingly we'll see more third-party platform will be open to ads. And what happened is, with the exception of content-driven platform, just like Facebook, I don't think those third-party platforms are fully ready for ads yet. I mean, the basic one is just display the banner and so on, and there's so much more things those platforms need to do and will have to do in the future to get it done in the MARTECH field. And so just to set the preamble for that and to continue on that, what I do believe is some mega platform in Vietnam would increasingly be more open to ads. Not all of them are ready with the MARTECH stack, right? And of course, I think one of the very low-hanging fruit ideas that are actually obvious to many of you here will be marketing partnership on data, right? How do we leverage each platform's strength, whether you're a client or you are the partners, so that we can capture the full view of customer journey, right? The other thing is moving away from content platform. Most of the platform are very sort of vertical focused. You have shopping, you have like logistics, you have like payments and so on and so forth. And so I think they're thinking to go really deep into which each of the parties really good at, to form that, and also helping especially the platform side to get better at MARTECH. I think it will be one of the interesting bet in the next few years.
Maybe just to jump in, it's very interesting point that Dũng have mentioned. If you have seen here now is a super app, right? They start monetizing with the ads like Grab and GoTo and etc. It means that about like third-party data is still very important, but we need to look beyond just like Google and Facebook data. Yes. Yeah, it's very important to have understand of the signal of data. It's not about the volume of data, and it need to be understanding of your own customer journey and understand of the purpose of touch point in order to understand which the important signal you need to optimize on your marketing spend. And it's definitely, we all know what is omnichannel is saying from the first two presentation, which is we are dealing with full funnel marketing and mixed marketing allocations. So one more thing I think is also need to highlight is like we are not delivering the ad or content, just as we are delivering the experience. So one of the new trends using the data is actually we are communicating with our consumer, but we are making it through the experience that we are giving them. Is kind of like, for I give you an example, I saw some of the retail company now doing a mini app on the Zalo. Momo is open API for mini app, and also Tiki is just open up. I believe that those systems will connect with Zalo first-party data, which is for the brand is going to be third-party data, and sometimes second-party data. So a lot of opportunity to brand to think differently of not just grow with the upper funnel, with more retentions, mid funnel, and also low funnel, which is go beyond of like just ad communication, which is you deliver the relevant message to your consumer every single day. So that's something will happen very fast in the market.
I think this is a very good point. It reminds me of the big topic that we also, from the creative point of view, discussed a lot recently about empathy, right? How you look at the total landscape of a lot of data. It's just like an oceans of things, and how you make yourself relevant. And it is not just pushing everything out. It's also about identify the conversations. Data is we always think about data is an resources of information that we want to own and then analyze and then make good use of it and drive another big amount of data out. But from YouTube point of view, I see that there should be certain, deep thinking about the role of data, a strategy, right, on using data, and also the flexibility of combining different sources of data. So when we look at that, another big challenge pop up is that it seems like there's no solution good enough to handle that big pool of contrasting sources of data. But any kind of solution, you mentioned CDP, right? Any kind of solution you think available in Vietnam, good for this market, and marketers can use it right now, right here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Unigons, and we are actually a creative tech company. We have been hearing about data. We acquire data, but and then actually everyone here, do you think that we always rely on third-party data? We rely on the data from Facebook. We rely on the data from our distribution channel. We rely on data on other funding on other channel. But actually, how accurate the data that we have? So no one tells. No one tells that. Actually, as a technologies provider, we see right now in the technology, in a marketing field, we see a reset. We see a reset. Why I call it a reset? Because that before when the internet era is explode, and we see web 1.0, and then we see web 0.20, and then now we will see web 3.0. So what is web 3.0? It's actually a reset of how we review our customer journey, how we rebuild our acquisition of data, of how we try to control our data to be ourselves. So and that is the journey we have to be reset right now. So, and you guys will see a trend in the branding, building the virtual web, and then recreate a new customer journey instead of getting the traffic from other third-party platform, and then brand trying to invest in their own platform right now. For example, recently we are working a lot with Romy Control, which is the alcoholic drink, and then now they start to put in a lot of investment into creating the online journey for their customer, and then to try to grab their customer inside by using multiple technology like streaming, and then activation and activation at the ground level. So, and then after that, and then they will have the control of the whole journey of the client, and then they can create more traffic, and then they can increase the retention from the customer based on those activities. So that means we have to reset to build again the brand awareness, and then the customer journey of each brand.
So brand awareness, of course, is also about understanding data and then how your brand can respond to the market. But I think it comes into another angle into that topic. I think it's quite interesting that you mentioned, and you guys also mentioned about big amount of data and how we can automate the process of handling data. Can you tell us more about certain low hanging fruit, the technology behind, how we can automate the process, how we can let the machine doing the labor work, and then we focus more on the human part of that. You also mentioned AI and machine learning and stuff like that. Can you tell us more about and share with us maybe practical experience, some cases, the showcase of what you have done, so that we can initiate a bigger thinking about what coming next.
Okay, maybe I take this first. Maybe you can continue more deeper on your AI and ML experience. Actually, I'm the background. Actually, I'm data scientist in the major of my postgraduate study. But after learning data and doing in the deeper data analytics, I come back to the basic. Actually, is the outcome is come very simple approach. Unfortunately, it's my personal view. For example, give example of your previous question, how we can use those third-party data and first-party data, right? So take a look at actual situation of the marketing spending right now. We spend try a lot of optimization on the upper funnel, which is we do different ad access to communicate with different persona, right? But think about when customer click on the ad, land on your website is a statistic. You're not communicating with different segment of customer. You have only one message to everyone who come to website, even a returning visitor, or is a new visitor, or is a returning customer, or a high value customer. So this means very simple approach is many existing solution now can personalize your website to at least for 3 big group of new customer, revisiting customer, and returning visitor. So just focus on these 3 things. Actually, I don't think it's too much big data here. It's very simple. Many solution in the MARTECH landscape in Vietnam. Company already able for the brand to identify of those traffic coming in the website. Or either the traffic that you coming from your paid ad campaign, which is you can capture by UTM tracking. You can, let's say that they land on your landing page and they leave to the home page, right? But you know where they came from. They came from your previous UTM tracking. So which is you should communicate differently with them. And that's the first very simple practical, which is I see a lot of e-commerce retail oriented website can take immediate impact to really address the conversion rate of experience on your middle funnel. The second one is very simple also, that people always try to get people purchase something. Is the end goal. But in order to push to that, you need to have the proper planning of what we call micro conversions, which is maybe ask them based on what they search, what they last time they put something on your basket or last purchase. This is your first party data, and you can easily nurturing them with their next purchase by something like offer the best use of some of your product. Don't ask people to buy immediately. So that kind of nurturing process using micro conversions, you can have a lot of earning of conversion rate on your total traffic on your website. And simple example, put up the one of the like interesting message and say that do you want to get the best experience on using this product? Just put your email. And you having the email, it means that you start going to another funnel of the communication low funnel to communicate them and nurturing them, coming back and keep them to up to the purchase. So all this operation that can be done by very like simple technology stack is not much that you need to develop very complex stack system in order to do that. So I just want to highlight this, mean that back to the practical look at your actual data on your actual traffic coming from different channel. Just very simple approach to A/B testing on those traffic coming in on your mid funnel, which is your website or your app. Optimize the content to facilitate the journey on your website and your app, and communicate with them in the way of not just ask them to register the account, just some micro conversion like ask their phone, forget the information or voucher or email. It's enough for you to keep communicating with the customer. So the idea here is we have some of report globally saying that if the brand keep communicating with customer frequently, the revenue of company will increasing properly. So it means it's not that only based on sales communication, it's also any kind of communication that you send to customer and people can open and read it. It's very important. One more trick, for example, the data showing that the purchase email have 7 times at least more conversion of open rate than any promotion email. But how many customer or brand here using the moment of sending the complete purchase order and doing something upsell or cross-sell or promotion in the second part of the email? I know as a data guy, I know that this email will be 7 times more frequent, like open rate rather than any my promotion email. So why I don't use this existing email to just find a way to keep communication with my client? Why you don't need to say that, thank you for purchase this order, maybe this to your next order. So there's many kind of these micro moment. Look back on the journey of the customer will make you think that actually, I don't think it's the big data need to be here. It's very practical, very data driven. You can have many tools to doing that. So that's something I think is a quick win for everyone to start the journey of the experience.
Yeah, just to add on to that is so how we can just to add on to that is how we can that keep our client to as long as much as possible on our website, and in this at the same time we can consider our website. It look at the e-commerce era, everyone is look like the same. It's a standard. So how we make it different? We have to make it different. We have to make our website different. We have to make our customer journey on our website different in order to achieve what that says, that in order to make our customer to input more data, to stay on more data. Then how we can do that? Right now, the Web3 technology will enable a lot of technology upon the process stack, and then we can do much more with the technology right now. Yeah.
I understand the technology part, but I mean, when it comes to consumer, a sensorial journey, right? Everything they see, right? Everything they hear from you, everything they interact with the brands, the product, and then the whole customer experience after that. What is the linkage between the touch point to keep it a seamless journey?
So I think that with our experience is we will keep them at the first impression with the eye level first when we reach our website, and then after that, and then we will take them around with the product, with the creativities, with the and then embed it inside the data-driven customer journey.
Thank you too. I think let me take also very practical, take a kind of two type of customer. One FMCG, second is retail, omnichannel kind of e-commerce, right? So from FMCG standpoint, please ask yourself, are you really serious to take care of your data, or you are investing on that? How many campaigns have synchronized the data? FMCG campaign is running every single month, every different brand, every different landing page, coming up of different data silo. It's how they kind of like properly that all these data linked together. So that's, I think, is first step, which is your data readiness before we talk about the activation of data. So you can see a lot of activation offline, online from those brands. I think I saw the big shift of trying kind of like unified platform in order to engage with the consumer from the FMCG brand standpoint. But it's still a journey to go before the data is ready to activate. Because now is data those not really in the stage of the massive scale activation. That's my first personal view for the FMCG. For the retail omnichannel e-commerce, because they have direct consumer data, they have PI data, they already start using data in the activation, which is I share with you guys. It's not about Google, Facebook retargeting of customer audience. It's not about lookalike. It's all about the scale. The scale is back to the KPI of the business. It's how many user currently is searching something on your website and convert by purchase. So that's the most important traffic that you are currently not really properly handled. So all this first-party data, first-party traffic is a quick win for any retail or e-commerce retail company. Coming back to one of the things I think is a challenge is actually the responsibility of marketer today is really changed. What we think is, and what we see globally is a marketer not like doing the brand management anymore. actually marketer today actually impact to the growth of company. So that's involve you to be like dealing with data, technology, and beyond. So that's something I think is kind of like MARTECH involved, where we talk about marketing, but you plus technology, right? So that will be continuously more required their educations and also more practice and A/B testing in the market. Yeah, so what I can share.
Thank you. So we spent a last few minutes to open the floor to questions from the audience. What are the market trends in Vietnam pharma market and healthcare? Yeah, after the pandemic, I mean, healthcare and pharma.
Maybe I can start with this.
Yes.
Healthcare and pharma actually is the big opportunity because it's predictable pattern. From data standpoint, if you look at the persona of the consumer, if people start buying something COVID like medicine, you know that how long the people need to buy and how much the medicine they need to buy, right? The same with any other pattern of the patients. So it means that for pharma and healthcare, you live beyond third-party data. Your first-party data is so strong and powerful in order to make the conversions of purchase. And the customer experience right now across of what I have seen in this last of couple of months when I also try to buy the medicine in Vietnam, Pharmacity, Long Châu, etc. They are quite understandable of they're getting their mobile phone for mapping of the transactions. So it means that this very simple experience drive the company a lot of opportunity already have making better campaign on retention rate and also the upsell, cross-sell, and making better LTV of the customer. So it means that company revenue can grow without you acquiring new customer. It means that you keep your budget of acquiring new customer remain, but your revenue growing sustainable of how you digest and investing on your existing first-party data. So this, and last but not least, data always talk about valid data. And when people dealing with the pharmacy and healthcare, data is very so like, you know, what I can say, clean. So it means that there is nothing to think about that because people really keen what they need to keen in. So many other system data, like even in the fashions, retail, fintech, sometimes even in the banking data, is people not like all people, they will keen this, the exact data what they really want to share. So that means, I mean, in healthcare and pharmacy is a huge opportunity to grow with kind of like whole the world now really to care about the health around, right? So that's, I think, is a huge opportunity for the first party data activation.
Not just about healthcare, it's also lifestyle and how to maintain a healthier lifestyle. A lot of questions, very big one. NFT not. Any use case on how to build a successful case of data without CDP? Quite a good one. I think it's low-hanging fruit, right? Yeah. It's available for everybody. And I did that question, but I didn't hear it clearly from you. Not everybody have a big budget. Down to earth, right? How we can SME, for example, how we can maximize the value of data.
Sorry, can I pick this question for this just recently? We have the wrong perception. A CDP is not a system, it's a concept. Please understand me. It's concept how you start maximize your first party data. $5, you can have the subscription of the tool that can utilize all your traffic on the website as your first party data to have the segment of the new visitor, returning customer. It's $5 per month for your traffic. It's like 100,000 unique visitors per month. So I mean, it's a little bit confusing of adoptions of the technology. Is the big investment is wrong. The optimizing data that you can start identify of where with the most important data you start with. And those amount is normally not require big of your amount of investment, which is you don't need to store any data. You need to define what data you need to store, what data you need to analyze. So which is a lot of tools actually also doing the partly of the CDP kind of functionality. Maybe they not fully of the unified single view cross channel, but at least for the website digital channel unify. It's not the expensive one. Yes, if you want to go beyond of online digital touchpoint with the offline touchpoint, yes, then another additional investment need to be there because data in the offline is messy. So that's I just to explain. It's like people can have the better kind like a maturity data framework in order to really go from level 1 to level 5 and identify the best practice where you can crack in. It's not like the ocean that I can see because we can now flow through the ocean, right? So it means that there are guidelines already there. Just follow the guideline first and just start from there and learn more other things to adapt. So that's my point.
Yes. Thank you very much. So, I mean, just the last that point to wrap up everything. Yeah, thank you so much for the sharing. I think that when we think about data, that put it simple, it is not purely a system. It is not just the way we use it every day tactically, campaign to campaign. It mostly, I mean, come first as a thinking, right? Thinking about your business, thinking about the market, how you can utilize different resources, and CDP is not just only way to go. I mean, more about the perspective that you have now, and then, and also when we come to the metaverse. It's another, I mean, big topic. So let's think about data as a fundamental starting point of doing MARTECH, and then connect it into, I mean, how we use technology, how we can turn creativity into the outcome we need for the brands. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you so much, all the panelists and the moderator, Mrs. Yu Gum. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we go to the second panel today, where the topic is Unlock Higher ROI in Retail and E-commerce with Personalization Pan. The session deep dive into the role of personalization in enhancing the ROI for the retail and e-commerce industry and provides the roadmap for improving their personalization efforts across ever-changing customer journey, leading to higher revenues and ROI. And right now, please join me to welcome on the stage the panelists and the moderator. Mr. Đinh Công Chính, Vice Director, CIO, ACFC and VFBS. Mr. Nguyễn Hải Triều, Founder and CEO, PriceData.ai. Mrs. Sweta Vic, Senior Marketing Manager, Kimberly Clark, and the moderator, Mr. Nguyễn Hữu Hùng, CEO, Asset Trade. And please join me in welcoming them on the stage by a big applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Everyone, sorry, I think I'm very long time, so can be stage and say hello and enjoy a physical event like this. And the same like Mr. I'm so very happy, and I think today I'm sure that panel, this panel will bring with you a lot of experience and also the real case and the success case, and also the value lesson for all of you. So I think all of you here, I think is very great expert in the MARTECH and also digital marketing. So I think each of you can introduce yourself and say something with the audience. Okay, first, lady first, right? Sweta, welcome.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I hope you guys can still pay attention and have energy left. I'm Shweta, very happy to be here in this forum with all of you. I currently work with Kimberly Clark. I lead the baby care business in Vietnam in marketing. And before this, I was leading the baby care business in Malaysia with Kimberly Clark. But I joined Casey as a digital lead in Malaysia. So my journey as a marketer started with the digital marketing, and then I moved to consumer. So I hope I'll be able to share something valuable with all of you.
Yeah, thank you. Hello. Hi, so my name is Jules. I'm a founder and CEO of BramData.ai. So we are one of the first CDP or customer data platform from Vietnam. One of the first, yeah, like that told. We have about 5 companies. And I was the co-founder of Unet Media, the social listening that most of the brands are using for now. And Busmetrics is also one of our company there. Thank you, Joe.
Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Jing. I come from a retailer in Vietnam. So proud to be here today to representing the different side, the user of what the tech vendor here provided. So I come from ICFC, one of the top fashion retailer in Vietnam. You all may not know that we are the guy who own the Nike, Mango, Levi, CK Tommy, thing like that in Vietnam. Every single shop that you see, the brand is under us to operate. And aside that, we also running the other food chains, Domino Pizza, Popeye Chicken, Burger King. So maybe this is the first time people know that ICFC and VFBS is the guy who running those brands in Vietnam. So why I mention that? Because we come from very different industry, fashion with different difficulty, and fast food also have different difficulty. I'm happy to join with you all today and hope that I can share our journey with new tech, MARTECH, which can help our business growth. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, anh Ching. Okay, I want to start this panel with a story in my experience in the COVID time. My wife suddenly in the Valentine Day want me bought for her a diamond rings. I'm very surprised why after 10 years she require me to buy a diamond rings. And also, I don't know where I can go because almost a jewelry store is closed down. Suddenly, I remember one of our clients is a P&J company, a jewelry. I think all of you know about that. And they opened a flag store in Hanoi. And I think that is a good chance because it's our very important client, and I want to have an experience with the buy diamond ring via online. And if you have never tried about that, I recommend you did that. Actually, the diamond ring is not expensive, but I think that is a very great experience for me because when we decide to invest a lot of money to buy something expensive, it must be make sure that P&G create for me a credibility and seamless experience. Such as when I decide which model I choose, I have a time to came to the flag store on of COVID and protection very good. And when I decide to buy it, automatically they send a message to Zalo and they show us the invoice with the clear information of quality of diamond and everything about that. It's make me and my wife quite happy because I never thought that, right? We can board and trust it. And after that, I discussed with my friend, Mr. Long, he's work for P&G. Long said that, in COVID-19, we sell diamond very good. You know why? Because a lot of rich people, they don't have the money, but they don't know where to spend. And when like Sweta have buy a ring, and he shared with Tâm said, I must to buy the bigger diamond. So that's why I like a competition. That is a great thing why P&G do that great. And you know that after COVID-19, P&G is a double revenue and they will reach very recording revenue and profit in this year because P&G understand very well about their audience. They shift from the mass customer client audience to the rich people. They know that the rich people inside, they know how to touch to the rich audience, and they know which channel can engage and can make them happy. So that is story about, I think, many companies are facing with the difficulty when apply the MARTECH, the data to the business. But P&G, I know their story 4 years ago when Mr. Thong, he decided to invest a lot to the CDP, to the MARTECH. After 4 years, I think the COVID-19 is a very good testing and P&G is a success. And not only is that is not only the ad hoc success, but I'm sure that that will be the fundamental, the foundation to P&G or another company when they invest and they get the success for the system, they can grow faster and bigger in the future. That's why today our panel, we talk about how to unlock the MARTECH to apply for the improve the ROI and also enhance the personalization. So first, my question to come back to my audience is that you know that all of client, all of our end user, right? They change the behavior when they go to online, when the COVID happened. So I think all of us facing with many things difficulty. So firstly, talk about the pain point. The pain point with our the brand, the retailer, the company facing, right? When we when end user change. So who? Yeah. Mr. Ching? Yeah. Yes, welcome.
This is the real story, right? Because we just say about the difficulty when the COVID hit Vietnam so hard, and other big retailer, we are hitting hard also. So you take months back to the time when we on lockdown. So on shopping mall closed, on store almost closed. So we have no way to sell out. There's no customer come, there's no traffic, and then also there's no money, right? We have millions of goods still there, and then nobody ever can buy because there's no way for them, because we come from the background that we are traditional fashion retail. We are almost of our store is in supermarket, supermall, department store, and when those stays closing, no traffic, and it's really hard time for our business to survive, to be honest. And after the lockdown, right, we can see the trend, the shifting of behavior from customer. They're starting to familiar with online shopping more and more. So they still come to the store to experience the product, to try the product, but we see a big chunk of them starting to buy more online. And we are kind of lucky because previous to COVID hit in 2020, we start our e-com platform. That's one of the lucky that we did. And then we still can sell things during the COVID. Of course, there is some problem with logistics, but we still can have some cash in, cash out based on the e-com. And there's a lot of activity regarding to marketing. Previously, they do traditional marketing, right? Billboard, OOH, things like that. So now everything closed, cannot use at all. So the good thing is we starting with e-com, we do a lot of DM, digital marketing, and at that time it's more relevant and more suitable for our customer at the lockdown time. And right now with the shift with the way customer change in how they buy things, then we already on the chain, we already have the tool, we already have trained our customer to using the new channel to reach to us. So that's our story.
I work for online more than 10 years. And I remember when I run an offline company, if one customer came to my store and if they went left, I will follow them. Oh, stay here. I try to offer you another thing. But in online, 100 visitors came, right? And 99 left. We don't know who we are, who they are. And we don't know how to can understand them and offer them what. So that is a difficult when they go online. Sweden, you a lot of experience when you work with global. how the change of behavior when they go online and in the COVID is the affect and there's a difficulty when they're facing when they do marketing.
So I don't work with a online retailer per se to share perspective from the retailer point of view, but purely speaking from a COVID standpoint, some new behaviors were given rise, but most of all, COVID accelerated the change that was already happening. Consumers were moving to e-commerce. Consumers were using search in making decisions. But what COVID did was it accelerated that shift rapidly. Now, the brands that were prepared, that were already investing in building capabilities, the brands that were investing in the right amount of spends in digital, I think benefited. Those who were not ready suffered. Also, other trends like media platforms becoming e-commerce channels becoming media channels. So I think that confluence is something that brands need to leverage when COVID happened, and some of this behavior now will continue. So do you have the right e-commerce presence? Do you have the right assortment? Are you investing enough monies? Are you spending money as per where the consumer is moving across the funnel, across the journey? Those are some of the pertinent questions to ask, and I think those brands will prevail.
Yeah. All of us, I think, are facing the same problem. So now we move to the, I think, very important topic we discussed is how your company or your client with Mr. Chiao, you address that problem by MARTECH solution, right? And first, I think first thing first is what is MARTECH? So I think Street, I have a very good definition. Is MARTECH is a meaning by using data, right, and technology to improve marketing activity, right, to get better ROIs, something like that. So it means data and technology, what we use to improve the marketing. So with your experience, what is your success case? You apply the MARTECH to help to address the difficulty and the problem with the illusion.
I remember pushing back a lot on jargon always, we're using a lot of jargon, MARTECH and stack. And to me, I mean, the language that I understand and I push always is consumer. Understand your consumer. If the consumer is moving to a certain place, then be there and talk to them with a relevant message. I don't think consumers wake up and say, hey, I want personalized messages. Consumers say, talk to me in a relevant manner, if at all you want to talk to me. So I think that's important, to understand. Going back to your question on data, I think there are a couple of challenges, right? One is data collection is a challenge. Not all categories, not all brands can collect data easily. But now with a lot of restrictions coming in third-party data collection, I think first-party becomes more and more important. So the brands need to have a point of view on what data they need to collect. And if they can get first-party data of their consumers, then I think that's been, at least for us as a category, been extremely beneficial. And I'll share some perspective. Second is quality of data is extremely important. So you can collect data, but if you have PII data and you're collecting phone numbers, emails, are your consumers on emails? Do they check emails? So I remember when we were in Malaysia, we're using a lot of email communication until we sat with consumers and understood that email is completely obsolete. Consumers are not opening emails, so then we switched. So are you collecting relevant data? If you're collecting phone numbers, for example, is the quality good? Do you do callbacks and really ensure that you've got good quality data? Do you do a Facebook match rate to see that out of 100 phone numbers that you've collected, how many Facebook acknowledges? Facebook is just a placeholder. It could be any media platform. So those are, I think, challenges to note. Let me share how we've been able to use data. So I look after Huggies as a brand and I lead baby care for KC Vietnam. Now, our category is a very interesting category because firstly, consumers come in and they stay for 3 to 4 years and then they move out. So we've got a very short shelf time to really talk to moms, drive preference to our brand and ensure that they stay with us. And therefore, data has been a very important part of our strategy. Also, our consumers are very lovely because they share their data with us in exchange of products, samples, and some of the experiences that we as a brand have been able to give. So I think we are uniquely positioned to be able to collect data. Now, question is, what are we doing with that data? Some implications or success that we have had is as follows. Number one, media, right? Giving you a very extreme scenario, if we are able to collect data of 60% of all new moms in Vietnam, We don't need to be on mass media. We don't need to be on television. We can have such a meaningful relationship with the mom on a platform of her choice through data collection and forge a, so to speak, one-on-one relationship with her. So I think media is a very powerful implication of good quality data. Number two could be, of course, better ROI, right? So assuming that if you are able to have a better connection with your consumer because you have their data and you've been able to talk to them in a relevant manner, then they will convert at a lower cost. Then they'll stay with you. So the cost of keeping them into your brand is lower. So there are long-term implications of just having better return on your marketing spends if you have good quality data. So media, ROI are some very, very obvious implications. The other, if you're 2 steps ahead as a brand, could be getting insights. What is stopping you from using your data to actually get ideas? Gone are the days we need to do focus group discussions. What is stopping you from sending moms a quick message? Do you like this pack? Do you like this idea? What do you think about this? So how can you use data to actually mine insights? Because we are living in a very, very agile time. So I think just getting insights, being able to talk to them in a meaningful manner, these are some very simple implications. Of course, using it in e-commerce, retail to improve your media spends is something also that we found good benefit in.
That's great, right? Gartner have a report show that if when we apply the MARTECH, the time we launch product to the market with the 50% faster, with a third lower cost, and with the ROI double. How about Mr. Chiu? You also have a lot of company apply the MARTECH. Do you can share with your experience, real case story when the company, your client, success in the MARTECH?
Jing's want to share about his
Okay.
company context first.
Okay.
We go to the solution.
That's great. Mr. Jing.
That's arrangement because from our business is a kind of, a little bit contrast with just let me just say, because compare with Kimberly-Clark, right? We are a kind of newcomer, a baby in applying MARTECH. Why? Because we are a retailer for until now 20 brand of fashion. Previously, we are traditional retailer. So each of the brand, they have their brand marketing team. And then they running the different, campaign and activity based on brand DNA. So because the difference between brands, right? So our problem is not about collecting data. Our problem is about we have so many data. And though they start somehow duplicate, how to say, different from brand to brand, and also duplicate because we have the customer who also the customer of the other brands. So when the marketing team of each brand, they do the marketing activity, right? One customer can receive multiple messages, and most of them are kind of, mass communication, not relevant, or so many become spam with customer. And then now come to the other part. When we have so many customers, the quality of data is become headache for the team, also for the back office team who do analyze and guessing inside customer, because now the problem with so many information. And because so many information, so many customer PII that come to the other chain, the other pain point, how we protect those information, because that become, privacy protection, they become regulation on how you use the data, right? And first, the other problem is when we collect all of the data, nowadays the internal conflict of interest, who will own the data and who can use the data from the other brand. Because if this is single brand, this is easy, right? But we have multiple brand and have the overlapping between customer, then who's will be the owner? Who can use the data? Who can updating the data? And that comes to the point, data governance process have to be in place. So technology just part of the thing, right? So process also the other part thing. And then now come to the main part of people, because people used to use the traditional marketing thing. And if they using the digital thing, they go through vendor agent. Now they have to catch up with the new technology, the new knowledge, new way to do their daily homework, right? That's all our challenge. And because we are baby step entering to use MARTECH, so vendor like Prime Data, AK Digital, things like that, help us a lot with their guidance, how to use the MARTECH to increasing the ROI for the marketing activity, how to use the MARTECH to reach to our customer in more relevant contents, and offer them more freestyling rather than doing mass communication and offer. So I would love to hear from Angel for his insight and guidance how to use MARTECH to do it better.
Okay. We just have a more, I think, 5 to 10 minutes, so we can deliver a message. Hurry up, right? Okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Before I share my experience, I think we need to make clear that this is a MARTECH event, but for marketers and business, right? So we should not talk too much about technology, right? And come back to marketing. I think you guys are expert in marketing, so let me be short. Marketing goal is to achieve the customer purchase by the end of the day and maintain the experience and the good image of the brand, right? So marketing, if in my humble, I can divide into about 4 or 5 life stage for the customer journey. The first thing you guys usually do is the brand communications, right? To build brand, you convince the customer this is a good brand for them. Second, you have acquisitions, right? So you try the best way to acquire customer or even the audience who never buy your product to any of your touch point, maybe online or offline, right? The third stage is conversion, so they purchase, and you also try to have them repeat the purchase, right? That's conversions and commercial sometimes. The fourth stage is to staying loyal, or sometimes they will be churn, which means they be going out of your channels. They forget about you. They become inactive customers. So the life of marketers in general or company in general is to deal with the 4 stage like that. And I believe that in many companies, you divide the team by that stage, right? Brand communications, things like that, and acquisitions and conversion. So let's come back to MARTECH. People talk a lot about MARTECH, so let me share a bit about the definition of MARTECH and why we invest in MARTECH, right? So according to Gartner's definitions, Gartner is the guy who believes the most because they are the global and they define a lot of terms and solutions. So MARTECH is a set of tools or softwares you use to achieve your mission critical objectives, which means you achieve something very critical to your marketing goals. It's not something normal. And build innovation in your marketing process. So that, and MARTECH usually come from all the stages of customer engagement, from content, from user experience in channels, like website, web content, until media, until advertising bidding, and until retentions, loyalty, right? Products, propositions. So that's all about MARTECH. And in your company, you usually have to know what is it and invest a stack of software like that with a MARTECH stack, right? So each industry and each company in that industry will have different MARTECH stack strategy for yourself. You are in retail industry, you refer to MARTECH stack for the retailer. But as your brand is the top brand or is a middleman or is a bottom brand, you have different investment roadmap for that. So that's the thing we need to know. Come back to the reality, how companies are dealing with MARTECH, for example, in Vietnam, because we work the most in Vietnam for now. We're going to go global, but for this time. So the lesson learned is, I think, two things. The first thing is why company need to buy MARTECH? That's the first question. The second question is the pain point when they do MARTECH, they deploy the MARTECH. So what is the problems? And if we don't solve these two problems, we will never have any innovations with MARTECH in your company. The first question is about why we have MARTECH. It's very big questions, but let me be not too techy, right? So the first thing is some expert already says we need to share, so executive level understand about the value of MARTECH. But it has to be very simple. So there's a funny word in our community of MARTECH experts. We say never make MARTECH so complicated, right? Because many people, when they look at MARTECH, they see stack and they see data, they see software, they see journey, so many terms that make people confused. And the C-level will be like, is this so complicated? So can we do it or not? So that's the first question. Don't make it too complicated. When we have clear visions, we can do one by one, step by step, and we can achieve that. The second thing is when my clients and the other partners and we work with, when they deploy MARTECH, the key problem they got that they cannot solve at the first time, and they make mistake because they cannot design the right role to manage the deployments, the adoptions of technology and MARTECH in general for the company. So that they create confusion in the organizations, and a team will not work together very well. Even they know that it's not working, but they don't raise their hand and they don't have the way to solve that. So even they have the money, money is not a problem for the company, I believe. The problem is they don't see the value yet, and they don't know how to deploy it to make it simple, right? So my advice is that when we talk about having some new innovations or MARTECH, firstly, don't think it's complicated, even too many terms, but don't say it in too many terms. Make it simple. It will help you do the good marketing and have you have the right conversion, the good conversion, the ROI at the end. But we need to do step by step for X stage of the journey. In the customer, you say they have 4 or 5 steps of journey, right? They have conversion in web, at store, conversion in advertising. So each stage we need to optimize and step by step. So it will not be one big bang of return at the end. So this is my real life experience to share with you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Anh Chiu. Because of time, we run out of time. So the last one is I give all of you is one key message or one key like a takeaway lesson for everyone. I think all the company want to learn from you when apply the MARTECH to the marketing. So what is your message or something you want to share with the audience? Take a person, one word, one sentence, something like that. Yeah, from the Sweden and all of you. Yep.
I think my one message, if you can take home with you, is don't think of data or MARTECH for the sake of it. Think consumer first. Think about your business objectives. Translate to your marketing objectives, and then to a technology objective, if at all. So I think I often find people getting obsessed with MARTECH and technology without really knowing what kind of data do you need, do you really need it, and how are you going to use it. And to just give an example, if suppose I want to talk to a mom who's in my category and ensure that she's using my brand, then I need to know exactly what data to collect, how am I going to engage with her, and ensuring that I'm able to then translate that data meaningfully into real business results. Unless you're doing that, I think data collection and MARTECH is extremely conceptual and complicated. So I think that will be the message that I'll leave with you guys.
Yeah, very practical lesson, right? Mr. Ching, do you any message?
Yeah, for me, it's more, again, data and insight. Because at the retailer, we have so many data. And then that's also our potential to know more about customer. And from know more about customer, we can offer them more precisely to improve in ROI, both in increase the top line, and also decreasing the spending on marketing, because rather than doing mass activity, now more precisely, more relevant to what customer need and really want. But using the data to understanding the customer also need to let the data speak their value and let the marketing team and the other team, the front team, to use more easy. That also where tech come in and help them. That reason why we have MARTECH here with a lot of tech stack tool that let their life more easier every day rather than doing the traditional way. Last but not least is for retailer, it's all about know the customer, understand what they need through the data we collect, and then providing them exactly what they want.
Yeah, what they want in the right context, right person, right channel, right? Mr. Chair, the last. Yeah. So for my view, the very realistic and important lesson learned to implement successful MARTECH strategy and stack is, please don't talk too much to many experts. You can talk to understand, or even you can invite them to have seminar or training. But to go in any innovations, and MARTECH is one of that. Please go with one consultant patiently. I very buy in the conclusion from Ms. Nga from Central Group, right? Be patient and go with strategist consulting so you can implement it successfully, step by step. Yeah, because there's too many things to do, but try to find the best use case with the most effective and most important, then implement it, then do it, got motivation and go higher.
Yeah, thank you a lot. Thank you. I think we learned a lot from the speaker, and I hope you enjoy seminar today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sweta, Mr. Chair, and Ching.
Thank you, Mr. Hung, for your moderator, and also thank you all the panelists. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know you have many questions to would like to send you our panelists, but the time has a limit. So now is the networking time. We have total 15 minutes for networking. And in this time, you can have another conversation with the panelists you want to ask them. And you can take a coffee the outside, and please come back soon after 15 minutes for the next panel. Thank you so much and enjoy your short break time. Ladies and gentlemen, the break time is over and please come back to our ballroom and have your seat so that we can continue with the next panel discussion. Thank you. Kính thưa quý vị thân mến, thời gian người giải lao cũng như networking đã hết thì rất mong các anh chị chúng ta quay trở lại với khán phòng và ổn định vị trí để chuẩn bị với phần panel discussion tiếp theo. Xin được cảm ơn các anh chị. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all of you please back to the ballroom and have your seat so that we can continue our program today. Thank you. Kính thưa quý vị thân mến, giờ nghỉ giải lao và networking đã hết. Rất mong các anh chị quay trở lại với khán phòng để tiếp tục với phần tiếp theo của chương trình ngày hôm nay. Trân trọng cảm ơn các anh chị. Ladies and gentlemen, the networking time is over and please back to the ballroom and take your seat so that we can continue our program today. Thank you. Kính thưa quý vị thân mến, thời gian nghỉ giải lao cũng như networking đã hết. Rất mong các anh chị chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại với khán phòng, ổn định chỗ ngồi để tiếp tục với phần tiếp theo của chương trình ngày hôm nay. Trân trọng cảm ơn. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to invite all of you please back to the ballroom and have your seat so that we can continue our program in this afternoon. Thank you. Kính thưa quý vị thân mến, thời gian networking của chúng ta đã hết, thì xin mời các anh chị quay trở lại khán phòng và ổn định vị trí để chúng ta sẽ tiếp tục phần tiếp theo của chương trình chiều ngày hôm nay. Trân trọng cảm ơn các anh chị. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, may I invite all of you please back to the ballroom and have your seat so that we can continue our program in this afternoon. Thank you. Kính thưa quý vị thân mến, thời gian networking của chúng ta đã hết. Xin được mời các anh chị cùng quay trở lại khán phòng và ổn định vị trí để tiếp tục với chương trình tiếp theo của buổi chiều ngày hôm nay. Cảm ơn các anh chị. Dạ, xin được mời các anh chị, chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại khán phòng và mình ổn định vị trí các anh chị nha. Hello everyone and welcome back to MARTECH Vietnam conference in this afternoon. So ladies and gentlemen, and now we go to the next panel discussion, that is the third one, with the topic is data strategy, MARTECH implementation in BFSI and other challenges and managements. And this session will help you deep dive into various MARTECH trends that are shaping the financial sector and others, implementations, issues, and challenges facing to the BFSI industry and other sector. And please right now join me in welcoming on the stage the panelists, Mr. Kalidas Gus, CEO FE Credit, Mr. Jack Nguyen, Regional Managing Director of Southeast Asia Insider, Mr. Trần Việt Huân, CTO Sơn Kim Group, and the moderator, Mr. Châu Nguyen, Managing Director of VietOn. And everybody, please give a big applause to welcome on the stage the panelists and the moderator.
Jack? Yes. Thank you.
We should be confused, but we are supposed to be following the picture.
Rearrange nicely.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you had your coffee and is wide awake for this data discussion. You'll need the coffee.
Especially for the financial sector.
Exactly. But that's where the money is, right? So first of all, I'd like to thank MMA for holding this first MARTECH event. And I'd like to thank them for having me here. I've been back in Vietnam for 2 months. I'm the managing director of Vion. And obviously, I'm Viet Kieu, but every day my Vietnamese gets better. So I'll start off with just letting the panelists introduce themselves, and then I'll start with the hardcore questions. Why don't we start, Kalidas? A quick 30 seconds.
I'm Kalidas. I work for a company called FE Credit. We are into consumer finance and now trying to transform ourselves into a digital bank called UBank.
Jack?
Okay. So hi guys, great to see a lot of good friends and faces. So my name is Jack. I'm currently heading operations for the whole Insider in Southeast Asia. And we are basically empowering local companies to harness the data better, to build a better customer journey. So across all the sector. So pleasure to be here.
Huân?
Yeah, I'm Huân. I'm a CTO of Sun Kim Group for the real estate with the Sun Kim Land and the retail with the Sun Kim Retail. May you question why the retail guy here in the banking panel. So before joining the Sun Kim Group, I spent 11 years with IBM and 1 year with Microsoft, consulting a lot with the many banks. And I spent 2 year assignment in Bank of Philippines, Iceland.
Cool, thank you. You may wonder why I'm here. I've been doing data for about 20 years or something. So that's, I've forgotten more things than I should. Great, we'll get right into it. So I'll start with the first question. This one, Kalidas, we'll start with Kalidas. Data, used to be back of house, right? It's particularly for finance and all this stuff. It's CRM, business analytics, all that, the finance, the numbers, revenue, all that kind of stuff used to be back of house. Why is it in the MARTECH space now? What's so important now?
No, I think data started traveling to the front end for a very long time. I think we started talking about propensity models and cross-sell eligibility criteria and timing, contextual marketing, maybe 7, 8, 10 years back. But I think what has happened is dramatic improvement in technology, advancement in technology that made possible some of the dreams that we used to have in terms of customer management. And it was important for us to then move the data, or at least access to the data, to the front end to be able to guide the customer interaction with the help of that data. That's how I guess the journey of data from a purely back-end resource for reporting purpose started becoming actionable insight and started becoming a fuel for the front end to achieve their KPIs, to build their objectives. So I think that was the journey.
I mean, Jack, you help companies reach in to the back of house, yeah?
Yes, so indeed, exactly like Kalidas say. So most of the companies already have their own data. This is nothing new, but due to COVID and many reasons, so there is a different difficulty in reaching the customers offline. So people having more demands, especially from the growth team and the sales team and the marketing team, they need to rely on something they can touch and they can see, which is the data, to drive their decisions in forming the productions, merchandising, and also optimizing the marketing spend. So it's driven by the high KPI growth target, and the competition is the market. So clearly, like what he said. Yeah.
So retail and MARTECH,
banking. So let me say a little bit about banking first. So I think we were familiar with the concept of the single view of customer, the master data of the customer in the bank for a long time, right? But by that time, it focused on to understand the product the customer yield from the bank, the transactions, so all from the data from the we call the system of record. Now I think the bank have in the competitive landscape,
the bank not only to need to understand about the product, the services that customers want to use, but also want to understand about the experience like customers want to have with the bank. And also the bank not just to provide the financial services, but many banks you can see they want to provide the kind of the ecosystem, the lifestyle ecosystem, the marketplace, right? Where they need to understand the customer, not only from they transact with the bank through the internet banking or through the brand, but also wherever they use and they touch any point, even they go to the brands, they still don't have any transaction with the bank, but we need to know whether they connect to the Wi-Fi, and we know information from there as well. And we have some app with a beacon, we understand the behavior. So I think that's why the more and more the bank from the structured data move to the more the experience behavior data for the better serve, understand the customer and serve them better.
So following what you're saying, Kalidas, I mean, so do consumers want you to know them better?
I'm sure consumers want to know them better, but they want to probably receive what they want. And in the process, if an institution is using data to serve its own objectives without having without having a concern for what the customer really requires, then obviously it's going to lead to some degree of remorse, some degree of frustration on behalf of the customer. Like, for example, if it's a 55-year-old guy who doesn't need a discount ticket to discos, most of them, and the bank is actually continuously hammering a campaign like that onto the customer, just because we know that he likes a particular type of music, it's going to lead to some degree of irritation. So I guess as long as the customer's objectives are aligned with the institution, and the institution is using the data to reach out offers to the customer in a more appropriate manner, then it's not going to be an issue for customer to even be willingly share data, not just object to receive access to data, but even share data in that case.
Yeah, I agree, because I think all of us, we are also the consumer, right? Yeah. And I think we're very concerned if someone say that, okay, we know you very much, right? But in another side, we wonder the conversation are relevant to what we need. So that is some kind of the trade-off that in some area we integrate, we share data in order to get the relevant information, the accurate information, and not just the something that is for the mass consumption. But for some area, you say like, hey, I want to go into my own corner. I don't want to share anything.
Well, I'll continue with you. Back to the back of house data, the original back of house data. What are the biggest challenges for integrating what is really proprietary almost data back of house with MARTECH, with this wider cookies and all this? What's the biggest challenge for companies?
I think we're talking about the data in the back-end system. Data integration, I believe they're very familiar with any IT team, because the data in the bank is very structured, a lot of technology for data integration. But then in the MARTECH side, we have data, and somehow it's under the responsibility of the marketing team, who have no idea about the data structure, about data integration. So I think the first challenge is how the marketing and the IT can talk each other to explain why they need kind of data. And from the backend side, the data governance is very critical for the financial sector. But in the front end side, in the consumer side, it needs to be fast. You cannot, and then for another side, from the bank, it should have to be in their own data center. But you can see now in the for the MARTECH data, it's almost on the cloud, right? So there is the challenges. Different teams talking about different language, using a different technology, and also we have the third-party data like the cookie, etc. How you match the data, because we need to follow customer from not only when they become our customer, but when they just visit the website, we already know with the cookie. Later on, they register with the email, etc. Then we have to match that. So we have some technology here. I talked to the MARTECH community about data integration because we're talking about the CDP. But there is no one single solution CDP. CDP is the concept where you need to integrate the different components together in order to achieve the objective of CDP. And then the integration is still the very, very challenging.
So Jack, with your, we are dealing with clients and everything. Is that the issue? It's the teams, getting the teams to actually talk the same language and understand what their goals are?
Sure. So currently we are deploying this exactly the scope for VP Bank and also MB Bank and ACB and more. So there is a common approach that we normally see. Is the first part is we take a step back and we ask about collecting data these days is easier because of technologies allow you to do that. But it's exactly because of that, banks shouldn't just collecting everything they can. So it should follow data collection strategies that follow the combinations of retail banking, digital banks, risk and securities and compliance. So at least this team need to sit down together and look at the customer-centric views and say, okay, as a bank, what kind of data do I need to drive different kind of actions? So then they shouldn't look at their own departments per se, but they just look at what kind of product am I selling? I'm selling to whom? And to do that, what kind of data do I need? And then from that, you design the process across different departments to let you collect that. If it belongs to marketing, then let marketing be the sources of technology to collect that, but then route it back to the data warehouses, which I think most of the banks already have this. So I think technologies is not a constraint, but it's to make own teams sit together, brainstorm, follow a framework, and ask them, why do you need this data? Where are we going to collect it? How are we going to collect it? How are we going to use it? So like you say.
Kalidas, people are the biggest issue?
Not necessarily. I think what really requires is probably enterprise-wide education. Because just to take off on the topic that we just discussed, I think banks have typically been accused of having a lot of data, but not really knowing how to use it or not really being conscious of how to use it. When we tried, and of course, it was an imperative for us because of the sheer number of customers that we service. I mean, in our 10 years of existence, we have touched almost 20 million Vietnamese, which is like almost 1/3 of the adult population of Vietnam, for acquiring an application for our product, and 12 million of them we have actually successfully disbursed alone. So it was an imperative for us to create a backend for being able to manage the relationship with these customers. Two main challenges we faced. One was around consistency. So when you have omnichannel interaction with your customers, being able to identify and also service customers consistently across those channels became a challenge. Recently, we have this challenge of 2 ID numbers in Vietnam, you know, the one side being changing and the other. So we have 20 million IDs with biometrics with their face and face photograph and the ID card, most of which is going to be rendered useless very soon. So we are in the process of actually replenishing that database. So consistency is a challenge. And the second challenge with respect to MARTECH or automating our marketing process we found was the real-time integration with data that is being streamed from various channels. So for us, actually, the contextual marketing makes it important to know the exact position or the requirement of the customer at that point of time. Because if we are to go back 3 hours later to a guy who was shopping on e-commerce, it's of no use. So the ability to stream in real-time data for immediate action also was quite a challenge. But hopefully, as new tools are being implemented, are being put into motion, I guess those challenges will be overcome easily in future.
What is the single most important MARTECH tool that someone needs to get? CDP, whatever, CRM, you know, talk to Jack.
In fact, we started CDP 2 years ago in the Sun Kim retail to consolidate data for brand as well at the group level. And
is
then
that your core? Is that like the core thing that you...
Yeah, but when we start, I discussed with vendor that we don't collect the data. 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 We don't collect the data just leave it there. So data need to come with the activation. So that when we start small, but we need to have the use cases, and we need to know exactly what we want, why we need to collect the data, and how we can engage with the customer based on data. So that is important. You start with the use cases. Don't care much about the technology, whether it's called the CDP, whether it's called the CIM, or the DMP. Start with your use cases. Because some of the peer from the other company called me, asked me about the product that we use in the Sunkeep, right? I say that, okay, I couldn't comment because let me know what use case they want to use, and then I will tell them whether the product is right fit for their use cases. So right now we have the CDP, we have the marketing automation in one tool, and we have for the web, we have the personalizer, right? So there are the multiple tools. But for example, we have e-commerce. So we need to grow the revenue. We need to increase the conversion rate from the visitor into the purchase order, where the personalization, the recommendation is very important. But for example, at the group level, we want to understand whether the customer from this brand can be another brand, can we do the cross-sell, etc. Then we focus on the CDP one. So I think that is depend on the business objective. So I don't think that is the single formula for everyone.
Jack?
So
what are you gonna say?
I would add in on a different angle is that there is a terms in technologies we call technical legacy, right? So let's say on day one, you, like Anh Huân say, because of your purpose, you choose A, B, and C, right, as a platform. And then after 2 and 3 years, like Mr. Kalidas say, your customers go to like 20 million basis, and the real time become an issue. And then when you realize that, oh, A, B, and C as a combination doesn't work anymore. So now it's time to just kill A, B, and C and just buy another D. And then at the moment you realize that, oh, I cannot just kill it, because if you kill it, it's just gone with the wind. So the challenges is that a strong CIO is really important, so that you can see the technical map, not only in the current moment to support the sales or marketing or group level, but also where you want to be in 3 years, assuming
So
you
the chief
I
information
don't
officer.
agree with that, because long time ago, when the bank implement data warehouse, we have to spend at least 1-2 years to select the warehouse technology, etc. Because we have to buy the technology, we have to install that technology, and we make sure that we select the right product for the 5 to 10 years. Nowadays, who can tell me how you can do that? But now with the software service, right? You can start using it. If it's not suitable, yes, I can replace it after 2 years. I don't have any legacy.
I'm going to throw this one at Kalidas, right? So Vietnam, we build everything. We want to build everything. So in-house or outsource or SaaS. What are your thoughts?
Depends on the scale of your organization and the speed to market you want to achieve. Within our organization, on the larger side of our business, which is into lending, 10 years old, we have done in-house because of 2 reasons. Obviously, for the value of the data that we have and the importance of actually getting it right and keeping it inside our organization as an IPR. So it was important. But on the new digital bank, which we launched a couple months back, it was important for us to do the speed to market and test a few concepts. And in that case, it's very difficult for us to build such a platform in such a short time, or even take the decision to do the capex without knowing what's it going to yield 3-5 years down the road. So in that case, maybe a buy instead of make is probably the right decision. So I guess it depends on the situation, and one has to be confident in making the investment. Otherwise, the organizational remorse is too high, and it leads to a downward spiral of failure by itself.
Organization remorse. I like that. He just slipped that one in there.
It's coming from an experienced man, so you have to.
Do you have any remorses, Huang? I'm going to switch gears a little bit. All right, for MARTECH, right? Marketing technology. How important is for the organization an in-depth understanding of digital marketing, understanding and practice of digital marketing to being able to harness the MARTECH? I'll start. start with Hong, and I'll come to you, Kalidas. How important is digital advertising, understanding and practice of digital advertising to be able to utilize MARTECH?
We have the e-commerce for the Vera and Jockey. It's about the 30% of our brand revenue, and without the digital marketing, we cannot get the 30% of revenue. So I think that is the critical for us. Another side, I think we need to, in terms of the brand loyalty, nowadays there is not the lifetime loyalty anymore. We need to continue to remind customer who we are, what are our product, what is new product, etc. Right? So I think that digital marketing is very important to engage with customer anytime, anywhere, and can help to grow our revenue as well as to improve the customer experience. Of course, we need to have the right tool. We need to be more and more intelligent in terms of the engaging with the customer. Otherwise, for example, we have multiple brand, and I think in the previous panel mentioned about that as well. They can receive the message, the communication from the multiple brand at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking at right. I was talking about digital advertising. You were talking about contextual before, all the stuff like understanding how to do SEO, SEM, video ads, all that kind of stuff. Different platforms, Google. How important is that?
Well, I think the two parts to it. One is the technology part, the technical side of digital advertising, which is obviously important, I guess, the marketing automation, etc. But the content and communication and customer insight, I guess, is equally important. Like, for example, like our organization, you are dealing with such a large volume of customers. Unless we are to do the segmentation of those customers and figure out, what content is to be appropriately applied for which segment, I guess that part of advertising, customer insight, the creative content is as important as the technical part of it. And the technical part, I guess some of the tools are solving some of the problems, whether it's, media allocation or, the timing of the offer, etc. But the creative content to me is equally important.
I want to switch gears a little bit. We only have a little bit of time left. Privacy, right? It's not very rigorous here at the moment in Vietnam. I just came from Singapore.
Thankfully.
Yeah, where we're patterning our stuff up after CCPA and GDPR and all that kind of stuff. So, what effect? I'll start with Jack. What effect will privacy compliance have on business in general, and in trying to do this MARTECH stack and automation?
I mean, as a benefit of being a global tech companies, we got to be fully compliant to GDPR. So this is what we have to do. But the fun thing is, like what Kalidas say, is that the moral and the risk tolerance level of Vietnamese business when it comes to, shall I use second-party data? Shall I buy data outside to use it, even though it's not my own data? And then at the end of the day, business profit and revenue still go first from my point of view. So what we're trying to do is that we educate them on the right way to follow the rules and make sure they understand the the legal framework to it. GDPR clearly say that you guys are the data owner, right? And MARTECH platform like Insider, etc., like data processor. So as long as you are the owner and you take the full responsibility, then if we die, then we die together. Technically, that's how it works. So we need to educate them on that. But as I say, it's not as easy because business profit revenues still go first.
Kalidas?
I think it's going to come, but the worry is that the whole setup has to come together. If we are to implement regulations around privacy without having the necessary infrastructure around those regulations, like an aggregator type of organizations which are coming into some parts of Asia already, which house that data and makes it easily accessible for you, whether the regulations allow you to take permission from the customer and then acquire their data. If the regulations come in an isolated manner without the necessary infrastructure to implement them, that's when it's going to be becoming very restrictive, and ultimately the customer will lose out. Because at least today, for example, when we are able to acquire some information, we are able to still make a more appropriate offer to the customer, give him a better offer or the offer that he deserves. But if the restriction is coming in isolated manner, that benefit might go out of the customer's hand as well. So it will not only be restrictive for the organization, ultimately it might not benefit the customer if it is applied in an isolated sort of sporadic manner.
Huang, what do you think about privacy compliance and how it's affects in
Firstly,
Vietnam?
in terms of our point of view, customer is the owner of their data. So we respect that. We collect data with the consent from customer in order to have the better insight and to improve the experience. So that when we select the CDP platform, we ask to check with the vendor whether the platform is the GDPR compliant. When that is still not the mandatory in Vietnam. We believe there will be some sort of the regulation soon or later if we have some kind of the customer data crisis, and I think that will happen, and then there will be the regulation on this, and I think we need to be ready for that.
So we'll wait for it to happen first before there'll be regulation. We'll wait for something to happen first before there'll be regulation. Okay.
It's too late because you know that it's very, very difficult if you, in this case, you have to replace the system by a new one.
Okay, we'll have a couple more questions only because we don't have that much time. When it comes to data, the most data for MARTECH and everything is held by the largest .com companies, right? That's Google, Facebook, etc., all that kind of stuff. How can a company harness that data, and how much would these guys let, the big guys let us harness that data? I'll start with Jack on this stuff from an international perspective.
So there is different kind of data, as we know, first party, second party, and third party, right? So the data, as you mentioned, of Google and Facebook fall into the, let's say, third category, where technically you don't own it. Just to put it very blunt, because if you do, then there is a different way you can monetize on it without leveraging that platform. So I think the biggest changes in the retail, banking, and all of the customer that we are working with is they have put a lot of focusing on the first party data, like what Anh Huân mentions, because that requires a lot of effort for you to design your own internal processes to just try to gather the high quality data that really belong to your own customers. It's not easy, right? But it's a thing that to reduce the dependency, to avoid the things that one day is gonna question happen. So to harness, I think it's hard. You should leverage those platforms, route your traffic into the platform that you can make your own first-party data. It's happening. So it's happening the same for Shopee and Tiki and all the marketplace as well. So,
Kalidas, what are your thoughts?
I think it's going to be very difficult to access big platform data from the big platforms unless you have customer consent. So the only way to do would be to get customer consent or get it from even from both device and platform without consent. It's going to be difficult, but you can always have partnerships on which you are looking at a synergistic offer to the customer by tying up with, let's say, if we are to tie up with a retail payment platform and offer credit on top of it, then those type of partnerships are possible. But big platforms cooperating with a big or even a small financial institution sharing data, unlikely to happen.
Huang, do you think we can get some of that data?
Yeah, I agree. We couldn't leverage any the data from the big tech, and we can only use them as a service. So we need to leverage the services to attract the potential customer to the other touch point, whether the offline or whether the online website, etc. And then from there, because that is where the customer is already in our third point of control, then we can start to get the more insight from the customer, and it becomes our first party data.
So just to summarize, we got to throw the money out there.
Yep.
70% of the digital ad budget goes
That's
that way.
You have to pay,
and then you got to figure out, okay, what can you use and how you can enrich your own stuff based on the trickle or whatever it is that you get. Yeah.
we even initiate this as a KPI for the CEO, right? So what is the data points per user profile you can collect it, and you take your marketing spend, you divide by that, it become like $1 per data points you can actually get in. So the more data points you get per dollar ad spend, the better.
I hope you don't meet my board ever.
Okay.
All this kind
I've got two ideas. One question, a very quick one. I think she's hovering.
Okay, isn't a CDP, and when this word came out a couple years ago, I'm like, what? Yet another term. Isn't a CDP just a CRM on steroids?
Oh, it's not just the CDP and the CAM, it's also the MDM, the DMP, many terms. But for me, we're talking about the purpose, not talking about the terminology. For the CAM, it focuses on the how to manage, how to improve the customer relationship. So mainly you can see the normally for CAM project, we're talking about the sales, the customer services, the marketing team, who face-to-face engage with the customer. For the customer data platform, from its name, it focuses on the customer data.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The
In
customer
order to
data
understand
platform,
the
customer relation,
the inside of
management.
customer.
Yeah, it sounds to me the same, Jack. It sounds to be very similar.
CIM is also data, but also process.
I think your questions will be harder. You say CRM versus data warehouses versus CDP. Now that's become tougher. So I think there is some different level of adoption. So in the first step, if dominantly majority of the data that you have at this moment of time is non-user data and your customer data, like you say, CDP, almost like a CRM. So the second phase is to enrich that with an additional data that the CRM doesn't have. Then it become like a little bit like a better data warehouses. And then level 3, you start putting in different teams to start looking at from the customer views, and then the CDP layers start coming in, where it's going to reduce the time for you to assess the view of the customers. So I think to get to the real CDPs, you need to go through 2 or 3 levels of innovations at least, but definitely not the same. So,
Kalidas?
Well, for us, actually, we refer to CRM. We look at CRM in 2 different ways. So there's the analytical part of CRM and there's the operational part of CRM. The analytical part typically consists of a data mart and customer models on top of it for activating decisions, whereas the operational side is the workflow and the rule engine, which helps you to execute a campaign or a CRM action. So if you were to look at CDP, it probably is a data mart on steroids, but not the whole CRM on steroids, because CRM has separate components which the CDP cannot replace. But the CDP is definitely a more evolved version of the old style standard data mart we used to input in a campaign by just picking up data relevant for that campaign. Now probably that has evolved into a standard repository of information that you can periodically access for running your campaign. So it is on steroids, but not CRM, the data mart.
Cool. Great. Thank you very much. Now I have one last question, which is for everyone. Now back to Jack earlier mentioned first-party data, second-party data, third-party data, and all these thoughts about these terms that get thrown out there. So I want to raise hands if you've heard of the term zero-party data. Two, right? Okay, for the rest of you, that's homework. Actually, Unilever should know what it is, because I know they're already doing it, but that over there is doing it, and she's doing it. All right, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, moderator, Mr. Cho Nguyen, all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we go to the last panel discussion today, personalized consumer experience in age of privacy. The session delves into personalization in terms of data privacy and what should a brand to do overcome barriers to enable personalized real-time experiences. In order to unveil this topic, please welcome the moderator, Mr. Nguyễn Hà Đức Minh, CEO AK Digital, Chairman Lara Digital Group, and the panelists, Mrs. Nguyễn Thị Thu Hằng, Marketing Director, Unilever Vietnam, Mr. Trần Nguyễn Phi Long, Head of Retail Marketing B&J, and Mrs. Trần Bảo Châu, Chief Marketing Officer, Ostrock Group, and please join me and welcome them on stage.
Hello.
Okay, thank you.
chắc là mình để mà giải tỏa một chút cho nó thoải mái, chắc mình xin phép nói bằng tiếng Việt, không biết là mấy bác nước ngoài về hết chưa. Nói tiếng Việt thứ nhất là nghe xong rồi phải chuyển sang chia động từ hơi khó, cho nên là I'm sorry for anyone here who still cannot listen to Vietnamese, but I'm really sorry. But the panel will speak in Vietnamese, but we do use some term in MARTECH in English, so sorry for that one. Okay, thank you. Chủ đề ngày hôm nay của mình là nói về cái personalized customer experience in the data privacy time, right? So in the panel, I have I'm myself in here, I think from Lava Digital, and then I have Joe from Osdor, I have Long from P&J, and Hang from Unilever. So hopefully we talk about very new topic, customer experience. Okay, so we talk about the digital transformation, and one of the very important approach, yeah. Just a brief only. Okay, so very important is that the customer experience, right? So today we try to ask all the experts from here how they going to do. They have done that in Vietnam. Rồi thì trải nghiệm khách hàng thì phải liên quan tới cá nhân hóa, đúng không? Thì như vậy hiện nay là các anh chị ở đây là chuyên gia ở những cái doanh nghiệp mà tiên phong trong cái lĩnh vực làm về trải nghiệm khách hàng. Thì như vậy cái vấn đề mà trải nghiệm khách hàng và đặc biệt cái vấn đề cá nhân hóa đấy thì ở bên chỗ Unilever mình là FMCG mình làm như thế nào?
Hằng xin được chào tất cả các anh chị và các bạn ở đây. Cùng với panel ngày hôm nay, Hằng hy vọng là mình cũng có một cái buổi trao đổi mang lại một chút cái sự kết nối với nhau ha, cho những người trong ngành. Chúng ta là những người trong ngành cùng với nhau thì cái personalization experience là Hằng nghĩ đó là một trong những cái cách tiếp cận người tiêu dùng mang tính chiến lược cho bất cứ cái công ty nào mà để mà mang đến một cái sự phục vụ, một cái trải nghiệm cho người tiêu dùng tốt nhất có thể. Thì là một cái công ty mà đang là number one FMCG ở Việt Nam, thì Unilever luôn pioneering, nó luôn tiên phong trong cái việc là làm sao để mang lại được một cái trải nghiệm cá nhân hóa tốt nhất có thể cho người tiêu dùng, mang lại những cái lợi ích và cuối cùng là những kết nối thực sự là có ý nghĩa cho người tiêu dùng, chứ không chỉ đơn thuần là quảng cáo, và trên tất cả là để phục vụ người tiêu dùng một cách tốt nhất có thể. Làm cho họ thấy đó là một cái thời gian mà spend với cái brand là một cái thời gian thật là đáng giá, chứ không phải chỉ là một cái forcing về quảng cáo hay là thông điệp của nhãn hàng, mà là một sự kết nối thực sự, mang lại một cái lợi ích thực sự có ý nghĩa lâu dài với người ta. Đó là cái tâm niệm của Unilever, và luôn luôn là mong muốn tiên phong và luôn luôn là đi đầu và kết hợp với các đối tác của mình để mà thực hiện điều đó một cách tốt nhất.
Còn ở P&J thì mình làm CX vào cái vấn đề cá nhân hóa như thế nào, và tại sao gần đây các doanh nghiệp mình làm cái vấn đề này một cách rất là quyết liệt, và đặc biệt trong những ngành dịch vụ và online.
Dạ rồi, cảm ơn anh Minh. Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Chắc là cho Long giới thiệu chút xíu ha. Mình là Trần Nguyễn Phi Long ha, đang là người vừa làm vừa học marketing ở câu chuyện trong ngành bán lẻ. Thì Long cũng trải qua nhiều câu chuyện của ngành hàng, của thương mại điện tử, từ lúc nhóm mua và Lazada, và sau đó phát triển đến câu chuyện ngành bán lẻ của Central Group, của Pharmacity, và hiện tại thì bán vàng và kim cương P&J. Thì ở P&J thì Long phụ trách mảng retail marketing, customer experience và customer service. Thì một trong những, tức là ở với P&J thì là trải nghiệm khách hàng một keyword rất là quan trọng, mà có 3 lý do mà tại sao P&J lại rất là quan trọng chuyện đó. Thứ nhất là câu chuyện là phân khúc khách hàng của P&J nằm ở phân khúc khách hàng trung, cận cao và cao. Cho nên là đối với những nhóm khách hàng này thì các cái nhu cầu mua trang sức đối với họ nằm ở bậc 4, bậc 5, tháp nhu cầu Maslow, là nhu cầu tôn trọng và tự thể hiện bản thân mình. Như vậy thì đối với những người này họ cần những trải nghiệm wow, những trải nghiệm hơn những người bình thường. Thì đó là lý do đầu tiên. Lý do thứ hai, P&J luôn tâm niệm rằng là chúng tôi không thuần bán cái giá trị lý tính của trang sức, mà chúng tôi bán giá trị về cảm tính. Chúng tôi bán những bộ sưu tập, bán những câu chuyện, bán những cái sự đánh dấu những mối quan hệ, bán sự tôn trọng vẻ đẹp của người phụ nữ Việt. Cho nên là cái trải nghiệm khách hàng nó là một cấu thành trong bức tranh tổng thể của doanh nghiệp. Và lý do cuối cùng là vấn đề về triết lý kinh doanh của công ty là triết lý phát triển bền vững. Cho nên trải nghiệm khách hàng là một thứ nó giúp cho câu chuyện kinh doanh lâu dài, cho câu chuyện của tương lai, cho câu chuyện của 5 năm, 10 năm nữa. Cho nên đó là một cái thành phần không thể thiếu. Trong đó là một lý do tại sao Pinterest rất là quan trọng.
Ok, còn nếu như bên outdoor mình một cái ngành rất là đặc thù, Minh cũng đã từng từ trong cái ngành nó gọi là semi consumer product, thì outdoor mình làm CX như thế nào?
Trước khi trả lời câu hỏi của anh Minh thì em xin giới thiệu em là Châu, là giám đốc marketing của tập đoàn Outdoor, một tập đoàn về cửa và nguyên vật liệu xây dựng. Thì đến với cả hội thảo ngày hôm nay các anh chị ở rất là nhiều ngành nghề khác nhau, nhưng nói đến ngành vật liệu xây dựng thì chắc là nó rất là khô khan và nó khá là xa lạ với các anh chị. Thì em xin kể chuyện vậy. Có một cái câu chuyện là có một nghệ sĩ violin nổi tiếng thế giới tên là Joshua Bell, và anh ấy đã cầm một cái cây violin của anh ấy trị giá 3,5 triệu đô, đứng ở một cái nhà ga của New York và đánh liên tiếp 6 bản nhạc trong 45 phút, là 6 cái bản nhạc thính phòng và vô cùng là phức tạp. Có 1.000 người đi qua, trong đấy chỉ có 20 người thả tiền vào trong cái túi của anh ấy ở trước đấy. Tổng cái tiền anh ấy thu được là 32 đô và chỉ có một người đứng vỗ tay thôi. Và trước đó 2 ngày thì anh ấy có tổ chức một cái đêm hòa nhạc ở Boston với giá vé là 100 đô và cháy vé trước đấy 2 tháng. Vậy thì đầu tiên chúng ta nói đến trải nghiệm khách hàng ấy, thì chúng ta phải hiểu khách hàng của chúng ta là ai cái đã, đúng không ạ? Một nghệ sĩ violin vô cùng nổi tiếng với giá vé 100 đô cho một khách hàng, cho một khách mời vào một dạp hát. Nhưng mà khi mà anh ấy đứng đánh violin ở sân ga tàu lửa ấy, thì anh ấy chỉ thu được có 32 đô cho 1.000 khách đi qua. Thế nếu như mà trong những cái ngành đặc thù như là của outdoor về vật liệu xây dựng, nếu như chúng ta giải khắp cả 90 triệu khách hàng, ai cũng có nhu cầu mua nhà, ai cũng có nhu cầu sửa cửa sửa nhà, nhưng cái nhu cầu đấy nó không real time, một năm một đời người có khi chỉ có 2-3 lần như thế thôi. Thế thì nếu như mà outdoor bỏ cái tiền ra để làm trải nghiệm khách hàng cho mass, cho cái số đông như thế thì cái đấy có phải là lãng phí không ạ? Rất là lãng phí. Thế vậy việc đầu tiên mà outdoor làm trải nghiệm khách hàng tức là chúng tôi xác định ai là cái đối tượng khách của chúng tôi, ai là cái người mà sẵn sàng bỏ ra 100 đô để cho chúng tôi trình chiếu cái bản nhạc của chúng tôi. Còn ai là 1.000 người đi qua và không nỡ đặt 1 đô xuống đấy, chỉ có 32 đô cho 20 người đi ngang qua thôi. Vậy thì cái việc đầu tiên trong cái câu chuyện vừa kể ấy, thì đấy chính là một trong những cái cách làm về CX của outdoor. Chúng tôi không tìm ai là khách hàng của chúng tôi, mà chúng tôi lọc ra ai không phải là khách hàng của chúng tôi trước đã. Đấy ạ, thì đấy chính là một cái chút chia sẻ với cả hội trường ạ.
Ok, như vậy tức là ở đây là 3 cái doanh nghiệp của mình đến từ 3 cái industry, 3 cái ngành khác nhau, nhưng mà tụ trung lại là CX được xem là quan trọng. Thì như vậy ở P&J CX mình tổ chức cái team mình như thế nào, và cái team mình thường làm những cái hoạt động nào về CX để personalize được những cái trải nghiệm đấy?
Rồi, câu hỏi rất là chi tiết ha, nó nói về câu chuyện chữ how. Ok, câu chuyện là câu chuyện CX của P&J là một cái, đương nhiên chắc cái này có share mọi người, câu chuyện là một thứ rất là quan trọng. Như câu chuyện này thì lúc đó team cũng phải tổ chức bằng 2 câu chuyện, tức là mình xác định luôn câu chuyện là có những thứ liên quan câu chuyện về mặt trải nghiệm khách hàng là chúng ta sẽ phải giữ. Như vậy chúng ta sẽ có một team mà giống như maintenance cái câu chuyện về tất cả những cái trải nghiệm khách hàng. Và cái team thứ hai đi lo về câu chuyện về mặt development, có những cái initiative, có những innovation gì đó, câu chuyện đó để mà chúng ta cứ làm, chúng ta thử. Và một cái culture liên quan câu chuyện và test and learn, có nghĩa là chúng ta sẽ có những cái liên quan đó. 50-70% chúng ta sẽ có một cái team lo câu chuyện mình giữ tất cả những cái trải nghiệm liên hoàn, nó đúng một cái chuẩn tất cả những cái của công ty. 30% đến 40% còn lại là nó sẽ đi làm những câu chuyện nó cứ test and learn, nó có những thứ gì đó mới, nó work ở trong một cái scale nhỏ. Ví dụ với P&J là một cái scale toàn quốc thì cái này works, với lại ví dụ chúng ta sẽ sử dụng lấy một số cửa hàng để chúng ta test thử trước, test thử mà nó work thì chúng ta nhân rộng ở cấp câu chuyện cấp chi nhánh. Khi nhân rộng cấp chi nhánh mà nó work, tiếp tục câu chuyện đó nó sẽ phải ở cấp toàn quốc. Nhưng mà có một cái điểm chúng ta sẽ nhìn thấy được là câu chuyện trải nghiệm khách hàng nó có tính đặc thù của câu chuyện của vùng miền, câu chuyện của localization, chứ không phải chỉ có câu chuyện như vậy. Và như vậy thì từ câu chuyện của customization xuống đến câu chuyện localization, xong rồi mới xuống đến cái bước personalization như là anh Minh có nói.
Ok, còn nếu như vậy thì ở Unilever chúng ta là một hàng mass với cái giá trị cái mặt hàng nó tương đối thấp, thì mình làm trải nghiệm khách hàng như thế nào và làm thế nào để mình cá nhân hóa?
Em xin bổ sung chút là không phải là giá hàng thấp mà là
gọi là tap price.
Dạ, tụi em ở Unilever thì tụi em là một công ty FMCG mà phục vụ cho gần như là 80-90 triệu người Việt Nam. Hằng tin chắc là các anh chị đi đâu thì cũng thấy, hoặc là ngay ở nhà mình thì cũng đều Euro đều được humbly được có sản phẩm phục vụ mọi người. Cho nên là tụi em là phục vụ cho rất nhiều triệu người như thế. Cho nên là personalization của Unilever là làm sao làm được ở mass scale nhưng mà phải rất mang tính là cá nhân hóa. Và
mọi người muốn nghe cái bí quyết đấy.
Cái digital transformation thì và data embracement DDM á, thì là một cái core ở toàn công ty, không những chỉ là marketing team mà across các phòng ban ha, từ bán hàng cho tới marketing cho tới.
Như vậy là mình nói là mình có cái philosophy là data driven marketing.
Dạ vâng ạ.
Wow,
đó là cái data driven marketing, là data.
Xíu nữa các bạn nhớ cái này hỏi thêm vào sâu vào cái mảng này, khai thác ít.
Dạ, cái gì mà đi quá trớn á, thổi nó sâu quá thì nó cũng không tốt đúng không anh? Dạ, cho nên là mình cũng chia sẻ để mà mình cùng trigger cái learning cùng với nhau ha. Thì cái journey này là một cái embrace mà Unilever đã tiên phong làm từ rất là lâu, và tụi em làm ở cái 3 cái step. Em nghĩ là nhiều công ty cũng làm như vậy thôi. Thứ nhất là collect data, và với cái respect về privacy với consumer rất là nhiều. Tụi em rất là strict trong cái việc là tôn trọng quyền riêng tư khách hàng, opt-in và transparency rất là lớn, integrity rất là cao. Và thứ hai là tụi em sẽ luôn luôn tâm niệm là mình dùng data collect với trách nhiệm và dùng đúng objective chứ không dùng đại trà hay là dùng ẩu thả. Và mình rất là rõ ràng cam kết với khách hàng là mình dùng như thế nào, dùng ở đâu, dùng với ai thì được written trong website của Unilever. Nếu mà anh chị có dịp vào unilever.com.vn thì mọi người sẽ nhìn thấy là tụi em open up toàn bộ những cái chiến lược chính sách về data privacy và tôn trọng khách hàng hoàn toàn, và dùng đúng mục đích, đúng mục tiêu, cuối cùng là mang lại một cái trải nghiệm tốt nhất về content, về product, về experience cho khách hàng, chứ không phải là để mà làm những cái việc mà over than that. Và tụi em luôn tâm niệm là data là một chuyện, big data là một cái một chuyện, nhưng mà cần có insight. Mình bắt buộc phải tìm được những cái brilliant insight sau khi mình collect những cái data đó là gì. Thì thực sự mình mới mang được cái chuyện mà trải nghiệm cá nhân hóa một cách ý nghĩa, một sự kết nối có ý nghĩa nhất với người tiêu dùng. Và thứ ba là cuối cùng đó là dùng xong rồi thì phải measure, luôn luôn phải measurement để tìm được là cái hiệu quả ra làm sao. Hằng tin chắc là năm ngoái năm kia khi mà dịch Covid xảy ra thì ở đây tất cả các anh chị làm brand á, thì có ai mà giữ được budget của mình như là năm 2019 hay 2018 không ạ? Có ai mà còn giữ được budget thì có cho ai giơ tay được không ạ? Tức là budget làm marketing, làm quảng cáo của mình á, không có một cánh tay nào giơ lên cả. Cho nên we are a team, một cái team là luôn luôn là phải optimize budget, và có rất là nhiều data, big data chứng minh rằng là khi mình làm mass media so với mình làm targeting, làm precision marketing á, thì là chi phí marketing giảm hơn 1/4. Cho nên đó là một cái motivation rất là lớn, một cái nhiên liệu để mà mình tái tạo, để mình đầu tư trở lại rất là nhiều cho cái chi phí về marketing của các brand nói chung. Cho nên túm lại đó là 3 bước: data collect with right purpose và integrity, transparency. Thứ hai là phải tìm đào rất là nhiều insight, brilliant insight để mà mình make cái meaningful connection với consumer. Và thứ ba là measurement và optimize. Và ở Unilever thì tụi em dùng những cái machine learning và AI để mà làm việc đó.
Tức là khi mình có data thì mình vừa tiết kiệm được budget mà vừa hit đúng đối tượng, cho nên là mình giúp được personalize được cái communication và engage với khách hàng.
Em kể một ví dụ ha, thì với Unilever thì là các brand đều tâm niệm là không những chỉ là làm kinh doanh mà còn làm sao để make Việt Nam là một cái với cuộc sống nó tốt đẹp hơn. Cái sustainability là một cái core at our strategy in Unilever toàn cầu. Thì có rất là nhiều nhãn hàng dạy các con những cái thói quen rất là tốt như là rửa tay đúng này, rồi chăm sóc nhà cửa trong mùa dịch để làm sao, hay là đánh răng, đơn giản là đánh răng sáng tối ha. Nghe nó rất đơn giản nhưng đó là một cái lifetime habit mà nó giúp cho em bé lớn lên có một cái thói quen và hàm răng rất là tốt. Thì cái insight mà tụi em có đó là thực ra trong gia đình đó, các anh chị nghĩ giùm Hằng nha, người nào ở trong gia đình lười đánh răng nhất, lầy lội nhất trong việc đánh răng, các anh chị đoán thử đi, là em bé, người mẹ hay người bố? Consistently là người bố. Thật là đáng thương cho cái người bố. Anh đúng không? Anh cũng nhìn em ánh mắt hình đàn là anh cũng vậy đúng không? Thì thực ra là exactly là như vậy. Thì người bố là cái người lầy lội nhất, hay là partner in crime với lại lũ trẻ nhất trong cái việc là skip đánh răng đi con, sao cũng được, con đi ngủ đi con, đi chơi với bố đi con. Cho nên là sau khi collect data lại á, và biết được cái giờ này là cái giờ mà bố với con có thể interact với nhau á, và có cái insight đấy á, thì tụi em làm rất là nhiều những cái content relevant. Bố dạy con đánh răng thay vì mẹ, thông thường trước đây là mẹ, bởi vì em biết chắc là Vietnamese mom á, là người mẹ Việt Nam là hầu hết là mẹ hổ với lại mẹ sư tử hết rồi, cho nên chỉ còn các ông bố là lầy lội thôi. Cho nên là làm những content như vậy.
Mình nghĩ đó là good point từ data. Nhưng mà từ cái insight đấy thì Unilever đã change cái media plan của mình như thế nào?
Dạ vâng, tụi em sẽ có less TV mà sẽ chuyển qua rất là nhiều về digital và dùng những cái relevant technology, ví dụ như là augmented reality, để cho đứa bé và người bố cùng thấy mình trong những cái đoạn content đó. Tức là nó customize đến mức là có thể customize cho nhà anh Minh, nhà Tùng vân vân, nhà Long vân vân, là từng nhà như vậy luôn, để mà có những cái trải nghiệm thực sự là cá nhân cho từng gia đình một. Trong cái việc mà bố với con cùng đánh răng, cùng mấy cái một cái fun activity giữa hai bố con.
Dạ, tuyệt vời. Cho nên là các bạn ở đây mà sau này đừng có hỏi cái agency là tại sao tôi thấy quảng cáo này mà bạn không thấy, đúng không ạ? Vì rất là personalize dựa trên data, và cái philosophy Unilever đang làm là DDM, đúng không ạ?
Cũng biết là trước đó anh Minh cũng đánh răng như thế nào rồi đó.
Cho em xin được bổ sung thêm cái ý của chị Hằng. Bởi vì là với doanh nghiệp tuy là không phải là làm mass với khách hàng mass như là bên Unilever, mà như là câu trả lời đầu tiên em đã nói ấy, là đối tượng khách hàng của Osdor nó rất là đặc thù. Và khi mà Osdor xác định rằng cái đối tượng khách hàng của mình ấy chính là những cái anh kiến trúc sư này, các anh thợ xây dựng này, các anh thợ nhôm kính này, thì cũng là cái bước đầu tiên như chị Hằng vừa mới nói là collect data, đúng không ạ? Thế thì cái collect của data với cả cái nhóm khách hàng đặc thù đấy thì Osdor làm như thế nào? Với nhóm khách hàng đặc thù là thợ thầu xây dựng ấy, thì cái việc là hiểu về marketing hay hiểu về tech với họ là rất khó. Thế thì phải làm cách nào lấy cái data đó, thì họ sẽ không cho cái data của họ dễ như là các khách hàng mass. Và cái việc là để lấy được data của họ ấy thì mình phải tạo ra được cho họ cái lợi ích gì khi mà mình thu cái data đấy. Thì ví dụ như với Osdor ấy, là Osdor đang làm một cái chiến dịch là làm e-catalog cho tất cả những cái thầu thợ xây dựng nhỏ lẻ. Có nghĩa là một anh thợ xây dựng khi mà anh ấy đi bán hàng ấy, anh ấy không có các cái tài liệu để giới thiệu anh ấy là ai với cả khách hàng của mình. Thường là chỉ làm word of mouth thôi, chỉ giới thiệu với nhau rồi show với nhau trên cái điện thoại là các công trình tôi đã làm như thế này và cho xem ảnh trong photo thôi. Thì Osdor đưa hết tất cả những cái dữ liệu đấy lên thành cá nhân hóa cho từng cái anh thợ này, tạo ra những cái e-catalog cá nhân hóa. Và chính vì thế nên là chúng ta lấy được cái gì ạ? Chúng ta biết được logo của họ đang sử dụng là gì, tên của họ là gì, địa chỉ của họ là gì, số điện thoại để khách hàng liên hệ với họ là gì. Hoàn toàn đấy là những cái dữ liệu mà chúng ta cần collect. Nhưng chúng ta không collect một cách là cho người cần phải bảo mật với cả người ta hay như thế nào cả, bởi vì những cái đấy lại là những cái dữ liệu mà người ta đang muốn public ra ngoài. Nên chúng ta collect data bằng cách là chúng ta tạo cho họ thấy rằng cái data mà chúng ta collect của họ để chúng ta đem lại giá trị cho họ. Thì đấy chính là một trong những cái cách mà cái step đầu tiên mà Osdor đang làm với cái đối tượng đặc thù của mình. Thì cũng xin chia sẻ cho các anh chị.
Như vậy các bạn thấy là ở đây chúng ta thấy có hai cái nhóm khách hàng khác nhau. Bên Unilever đó là chúng ta thu thập data của khách hàng gọi là vô danh, đúng không ạ? Và chúng ta theo dõi để chúng ta đưa được những cái thông điệp nó đến nó đúng. Còn ở bên Osdor thì chúng ta cái nhóm khách hàng chúng ta nhỏ hơn, chủ yếu là các khách hàng định danh. Thì như vậy cái cách làm cung cấp cái personalize, cái trải nghiệm cá nhân đó nó sẽ phải khác, đúng không? Thế còn bên P&J đó thì khách hàng mà hiện tại thì có database rồi, có hành vi rồi, chúng ta làm ngon, nhưng mà bây giờ P&J bảo là không muốn grow, phải làm cái nhóm mà anonymous kia, cái nhóm mà vô danh đấy. Thế thì cái việc mà thu thập data rồi làm các personalize đó ở P&J mình cho cái nhóm, đặc biệt cái nhóm vô danh đó mình làm như thế nào Long nhỉ?
Rồi thì nếu mà trả lời câu hỏi của anh Minh thì Long sẽ share cái case mà trong lúc mà hồi Covid đó. Thì thật ra thì lúc đó thì nhìn câu chuyện ở lúc mà khi Covid diễn ra thì đó P&J cũng quan sát được rất là nhiều cái câu chuyện liên quan đến câu chuyện về mặt sự chia ly. Ví dụ như là nếu mà người đọc báo người sẽ nhìn thấy được là lúc đó là có những cái cặp đôi họ vừa mới xuống sân bay, họ thì lập tức là test Covid xong thì một người là phải vào cách ly, còn một người phải đi về với nhà. Hay là những câu chuyện là ông bà hay cha mẹ muốn mua trang sức cho con cái, thì lúc này đây P&J thấy được rằng câu chuyện trang sức lúc này người ta không dùng để mà người ta mua để người ta đi dự tiệc, người ta đeo hay người ta đi lễ hội nữa, mà lúc này trang sức nó một thứ, nó là một cái vật kỷ niệm đánh dấu cái thời khắc này rất nó khó khăn mà không phải ai cũng trải một lần trong đời. Như vậy thì ngay thời điểm đó thì P&J mới làm câu chuyện là tung ra một cái câu chuyện về mặt một trải nghiệm cá nhân hóa liên quan đến sản phẩm, tức là tung ra cái sản phẩm khác tên. Sản phẩm đó khác tên, tên gọi cái bộ sưu tập đó là hết to hết ha. Sản phẩm thì khách hàng có thể lên digital, lên website, thời điểm đó là cửa hàng cũng bị đóng cửa, lên website để có thể đặt hàng. Xong rồi có thể ghi lên 4 cái chữ, nó một cái thanh ha, có 4 mặt, mà có thể ghi cái chữ gì đó tặng ông, tặng bà, tặng con cái đó, và mình ghi dấu là cái chuyện đó, và cái sản phẩm đó là hoàn toàn là cá nhân hóa cho từng người một. Và chúng tôi bắt đầu chuyển tất cả những thông tin đó về cho nhà máy bắt đầu tiến hành sản xuất. Và trên cái thông tin đó đặt khách hàng có thể cá nhân hóa đến mức là ni size nè, vàng là vàng vàng hồng hay vàng trắng, câu chuyện về mặt cái kích thước làm rất là rõ từng bước này, tại vì mỗi một cái đó thay đổi nó đều ảnh hưởng câu chuyện mặt giá, liên quan câu chuyện về mặt giá nguyên liệu đó. Thì đó là tất cả những thứ mà chúng tôi chuyển cho câu chuyện của online đến cho khách hàng. Thì đó là một cái câu chuyện mà muốn chia sẻ, muốn share cho mọi người, là từ một cái ngành hàng kim hoàng nghe thì có vẻ là khá truyền thống, nhưng mà chúng ta sẽ cố gắng, chúng ta sẽ dịch chuyển mà những cái từ mà P&J hay xài là bằng việc là chúng gọi là giống như làm những hoạt động mà bom tấn á, chuyển qua những câu chuyện là bắn tỉa, tức là càng lúc nó sẽ phải chúng ta biết là càng lúc nhu cầu khách hàng càng lúc bị phân hóa, cho nên chúng ta phải có những cái trải nghiệm, những cách làm marketing khác, những cái thông điệp, những cái chiến dịch mà cho từng cái nhóm khách hàng hay cho từng người khác nhau.
Ok.
Em cảm ơn anh Long, bởi vì anh Long vừa mới nhắc em nhớ ra rằng là Outdoor cũng có những cái trải nghiệm như thế với khách hàng cuối của mình. Có nghĩa là khi mà khách hàng cuối muốn mua một cái cửa cuốn Outdoor chẳng hạn, thì có thể lên website của Outdoor hoặc có thể vào cái app của Outdoor, và người ta có thể chụp ảnh cái công trình của người ta đang định mua cái cửa và lắp cái cửa như thế nào, có thể take note những cái điểm để mà đưa cái cửa cuốn vào, chọn màu sắc cho cửa cuốn, chọn kích thước cửa cuốn, và chọn màu này, chọn kích thước thì là rất là đơn giản rồi, nhưng có thể chọn rất nhiều những cái option thêm như là motor hay là những cái tính năng thêm. Thì nó cũng giống như câu chuyện của anh Long kể về trang sức của bên P&G. Thì tất cả những cái đó chính là cái trải nghiệm cuối của người dùng và người ta tự cá nhân hóa. Và trong thời gian tới đây ấy, thì Outdoor cũng sẽ muốn là tăng cái trải nghiệm thị giác cho khách hàng cá nhân hóa rồi, nhưng phải tăng trải nghiệm thị giác hơn bằng những cái là đưa VR gì đó vào để cho khách hàng thấy là cái hình ảnh cái cửa của mình, cái nhà của mình khi dùng cái bộ cửa của Outdoor thì nó nhìn nó như thế này, và lúc đó thì họ sẽ có những cái trải nghiệm rất là tốt và họ có thể quyết định cái việc là quyết định sản phẩm thì nó nhanh hơn. Và trong suốt cả cái buổi hội thảo ngày hôm nay thì cũng nghe rất nhiều những cái sự chia sẻ của các anh chị. Thì cái này là cái mà Outdoor mong muốn chia sẻ thêm thôi, là có thể cái trải nghiệm khách hàng cuối của cái doanh nghiệp này, tức là đến cái đoạn chốt deal chẳng hạn, chúng ta coi như là chúng ta đã đi được một nửa hành trình chăm sóc khách hàng rồi, nhưng nó lại là cái điểm bắt đầu của cái đơn vị khác. Ví dụ như là đến cái thời điểm mà khách hàng của Outdoor chốt được cái deal mua cửa cuốn rồi, thì có thể là bắt đầu cái hành trình trải nghiệm là họ sẽ vay FE credit như thế nào. Thì đó, thì cái cách mà chúng ta đang kết nối với nhau, tất cả chúng ta đang nói về MARTECH, nhưng cái việc là cả một cái hệ sinh thái đấy đối với cái khách hàng cuối dường như là nó đang rất là rời rạc với nhau, vì chúng ta đang chưa có cái sự kết nối. Và nếu như mà Outdoor đang muốn hướng tới cái đối tượng khách hàng đặc thù của Outdoor là nhóm thợ thầu xây dựng chẳng hạn, thì vui app chẳng hạn, lúc panel đầu tiên thì còn nói về vui app đúng không ạ, thì cũng có thể là cái nơi mà kết nối để cho các anh thợ của Outdoor có thể có được cái tiền lương hàng ngày của họ. Đấy, thì đấy cũng là một cái trải nghiệm mà Outdoor đem lại cho khách hàng của mình, tức là từ cái trải nghiệm của khách hàng ngành này nhưng có thể bắt đầu cái trải nghiệm của khách hàng ngành khác. Thì nhân những cái buổi hội thảo như thế này thì chúng ta, cái việc kết nối với chúng ta để chúng ta xây dựng lên một cái hệ sinh thái nó sôi động hơn thì có lẽ là sẽ ổn hơn. Hoặc là khi mà khách hàng đã xây xong nhà rồi thì có thể mua trang sức của P&G để tặng nhau, lưu lại cái khoảnh khắc này, đúng không ạ? Thì cái đấy chính là những cái giá trị mà cái việc connecting nó sẽ đem lại cho chúng ta.
Okay. Sau đó mình làm partnership luôn ha.
Ok, như vậy chúng ta thấy là để mà làm được cái personalize nó khó, đặc biệt là chúng ta làm ở scale lớn. Thì như vậy đâu là những cái khó khăn mà Unilever khi mà chúng ta làm cái personalize customer experience, đâu là những cái rào cản mà các bạn có thể chia sẻ để mà các cái khán giả ở đây có thể học được trong cái quá trình triển khai cái CX?
Thực ra thì em nghĩ cũng rất là nhiều công ty cũng đối mặt với chuyện này, và ở Unilever thì có hai cái vấn đề mà em cũng muốn chia sẻ ở đây luôn. Đó là thứ nhất là người tiêu dùng thì đang ở Việt Nam mình đang là có mức độ tăng trưởng về GDP rất là tốt, đúng không ạ? Trung bình 20 năm qua GDP Việt Nam tăng trưởng 5%, coi như là rất là emerging trong châu Á Thái Bình Dương của mình rồi. Và 70% dân số của mình trong tương lai sẽ là digital Gen Z, Gen S, tức là những cái người mà xin lỗi Gen Z và Gen Y, là một thế hệ số hóa, rất là có kiến thức, rất là digital savvy, rất là hiểu biết về công nghệ, cho nên là họ cũng rất có nhiều nghi ngại khi mà share data, đặc biệt là first party data. Cụ thể là như thế, cho nên là em nghĩ là doanh nghiệp làm sao tạo được niềm tin, có một cái chính sách về privacy, data privacy rất là rõ ràng, trung thực và chính trực, thì em nghĩ là đó là cái điều đầu tiên ha. Làm sao mà thực sự mình collect được first party data at scale, đặc biệt là vào năm 2023 khi mà cookieless sẽ effective á, khi mà mình không còn tag được media tag ở cookie nữa, thì em nghĩ là các doanh nghiệp phải tự thân vận động rất là nhiều, hợp tác với các ecosystem với nhau rất là nhiều để tạo ra hệ thống data của mình. Đó là điều thứ nhất ha. Và điều thứ hai là mình luôn mong muốn có một cái trải nghiệm là seamless, một cái smoothest seamless experience cho consumer từ online offline, tất cả các touch point luôn. Nhưng mà thực ra trong lúc mình execute, lúc mình làm á, thì có rất là nhiều những hiccup, có những cái gap về mặt tốc độ load internet, hoặc là trải nghiệm online offline nó không consistent, vân vân. Cho nên đó là cái điều mà em mong muốn là mình cùng hợp tác giữa là technology company, rồi data company và brand company, để mà mình cùng mang lại một cái seamless experience online offline cho người tiêu dùng. Tuy nhiên những cái khó đó cũng không làm mình chùn bước được, bởi vì mình biết chắc chắn đó là chân lý, là chân ái của marketing, là tương lai của marketing. Cho nên là tụi em đang từng bước để mà khắc phục và hợp tác cùng với các đối tác của mình để tạo ra cái endless journey cho consumer.
Còn P&J mình thấy mình có những cái rào cản gì?
Đúng rồi. Khi trả lời câu hỏi này chắc em trả lời câu hỏi cho cái ngành bán lẻ luôn đi ha, chứ không chỉ P&J không. Thì là em nghĩ là em thấy có trong suốt quá trình đi làm thì thấy câu chuyện nghĩ là có 3 cái rào cản là lớn nhất. Đầu tiên là liên quan đến câu chuyện data management, có nghĩa là quản trị các dữ liệu data của chúng ta. Thì cuối cùng để chúng ta làm được câu chuyện cá nhân hóa thì chúng ta sẽ phải có tất cả những dữ liệu đó nó phải được rất là sạch và làm rất là chuẩn chỉnh. Thì câu chuyện đó chúng ta nhìn thấy được là đối với ngành bán lẻ truyền thống thì câu chuyện nó đi từ brick and mortar store là câu chuyện offline online, thì bắt đầu nó sẽ có những cái khoảng gap về câu chuyện đó khi mà chúng ta triển khai. Một cái rào cản thứ hai liên quan đến câu chuyện là nó giống như là một cái độ alignment giữa tất cả những cơ cấu org ở phòng ban. Ở đây tất cả nếu mà các anh chị làm công ty tập đoàn lớn thì các anh chị đều biết là cái bức vách giữa các cái phòng, các cái khối đều được dựng lên rất là lớn. Như vậy thì lúc đây cái sự phối hợp liên phòng, liên khối, liên chi nhánh, liên công ty thành viên như thế nào để mà chúng ta có được một cái sự xuyên suốt trong quá trình câu chuyện trải nghiệm của tất cả những khách hàng. Và nó cũng có những sự liên quan câu chuyện về mặt change management. Như vậy khi chúng ta muốn thay đổi trải nghiệm khách hàng tốt hơn thì chúng ta thay đổi một cái quy trình nào đó, thay đổi cái vận hành nào đó, thì nó đòi hỏi cái sự thay đổi nó phải xuyên suốt từ top management team đi xuống đến execution team, nó cũng phải có những câu chuyện đó. Và một cái rào cản thứ ba anh nghĩ là liên quan câu chuyện về mặt technology enabler, có nghĩa là câu chuyện mặt công nghệ. Không nhiều bên sẽ có một cái đội ngũ công nghệ đủ nuôi một cái team nó đủ cho những hoạt động như vậy, và câu chuyện về cả mặt know-how lẫn câu chuyện về mặt hiểu và hướng về câu chuyện business như thế nào. Thì nghĩa đó là 3 thứ: data management, câu chuyện của alignment giữa nguyên cái org của mình, và cuối cùng là technology enabler.
Long mention một cái điểm rất là hay, tức là chúng ta nói rằng là khi mà chúng ta làm CX và personalize CX là chúng ta phải cần data, và muốn với cái big data, với cái lượng data lớn như thế này chúng ta phải cần IT tham gia. Thì như vậy là thông thường chúng ta làm marketing trước đây thì mình cũng từ dân làm FMCG ra thì chúng ta IT là chỉ cái lo security, lo về gọi là phía back end thôi. Nhưng mà hôm nay trong một cái plan để mà làm CX thì IT là tất yếu phải có. Thì Châu có thể chia sẻ thêm là như vậy là trong cái tổ chức Osdor thì làm cái CX này IT cái vai trò nó càng ngày như thế nào?
Vâng ạ, đấy cũng chính là một cái rào cản của Osdor. Cả 3 cái điểm mà anh Long nói thì Osdor cũng gặp phải. Nhưng mà cái lớn nhất đấy chính là cái việc là kết nối giữa, mình đang nói về chủ đề MARTECH là marketing và technology, thì hai cái bộ phận đấy đang có vẻ như là đang không ăn khớp lắm. Thì đấy chính là là một trong những cái rào cản mà đáng kể. Bởi vì là nếu như mà trước đây IT chỉ lo về mặt về hệ thống hay là các cái kết nối mang tính chất rất thuần về tech thôi, thì bây giờ những cái hệ thống như là CDP hay là CRM hay là data warehouse chẳng hạn là cần rất nhiều những cái cấu trúc dữ liệu mà bản thân một marketer không hiểu được hết để mà có thể đưa ra những cái cấu trúc dữ liệu đấy. Nên là cái việc mà tạo ra những cái cấu trúc dữ liệu ấy thì thường là do bên IT làm. Đó, đội tech họ sẽ làm cái phần cấu trúc dữ liệu đấy, nhưng cái người sử dụng cái dữ liệu đấy thì lại là marketer. Thế vậy thì khi mà hai cái ông cùng làm một công việc, một ông thì xây ra một hệ thống và một ông thì sử dụng các cái dữ liệu từ hệ thống đấy xây ra, thì dẫn đến là marketer không có đủ những cái thông tin mà mình cần. Tức là mình xây ra một hệ thống MARTECH, mình nói là một hệ thống MARTECH rồi, mình nói là mình insight khách hàng, mình có phễu rồi thu được lead vào đấy rồi, nhưng các cái thông tin đấy thì lại đang được xây trên cái tư duy của một ông tech, chứ không phải là tư duy của một người làm marketer, một người làm marketing. Vì thế nên là cái rào cản của marketing là không đủ thông tin, hoặc là cái thông tin mà mình cần thì không có, hoặc cái thông tin mình có thì mình lại không biết là sử dụng nó như thế nào, mình hiểu nó như thế nào.
Hoặc là
thì
nhiều khi có đấy
đó,
nhưng mà bảo đi lấy ra phải chờ
đúng
IT.
rồi. Hoặc là nhiều khi là có càng nhiều thông tin, khi mà nói đến big data ấy, thì lại thành ra có thể là một mớ rối bòng bong mà mình không biết là cái dữ liệu đấy mình sẽ sử dụng như thế nào, vào cái mục đích gì. Và có thể là các doanh nghiệp cái gì cũng có, nhưng cuối cùng là sử dụng nó như thế nào cho hiệu quả thì không có. Thì đấy chính là một cái rào cản giữa cái việc là mình kết nối thế nào giữa marketing và technology để xây ra được một cái hệ thống mà dữ liệu đó marketing có thể dùng được.
Thì rất là tuyệt vời, bởi vì mình nghĩ là cũng là một bước tiến của MMA á, là khi mà MMA xuất phát từ cái góc độ marketing, nhưng mà hôm nay MMA đã tiến sang một cái bước cao hơn, tức là chúng ta tiến vào cái mảng MARTECH, đúng không ạ? Và rất là vui hôm nay là chúng ta có mời được các cái anh về CIO và CTO tham gia hôm nay. Mình nghĩ là cái bước này là bước tiến. Thì mình cũng hay sinh hoạt ở bên cái nhóm CIO đó, thì mình cũng rất cổ suý cho cái chuyện là mời các cái CMO join vào CIO, đúng không ạ? Để chúng ta có thể hiểu cái ngôn ngữ cùng với nhau. Thế mình nghĩ là cái đây là một bước tiến rất là tuyệt vời của MMA, mà năm nay mình thấy đây là một cái value rất là lớn. Rồi thì thời gian cũng không còn nhiều, bây giờ thế này nè, các cái khán giả tới đây á, là nghe là Unilever này, P&G, Odon này, cho nên là muốn nghe cái bí quyết. Cho nên nếu mà trước khi mà chia tay đó, là nếu như các bạn khán giả mà xin một cái bí quyết từ các cái speaker thì mình nói một câu ngắn gọn, mình khuyên các bạn cái gì dựa trên cái kinh nghiệm, những cái bài học mà mình đã làm. Mời Hằng trước.
Bí quyết của Hằng đơn giản lắm, yêu. Hằng nghĩ là nó phải bắt nguồn từ một cái passion cho consumers, cho nên là phải yêu lại từ đầu, phải tình yêu phải luôn refresh liên tục, thực sự hiểu cái người tiêu dùng của mình như người yêu vậy đó, để mà mình có thể hiểu được là họ cần gì, họ có những cái ước mơ gì, họ có những cái đam mê gì, những cái sở thích gì.
Như vậy gọi là yêu lại.
Dạ, yêu luôn, liên tục, ngày nào cũng yêu, refresh tình yêu đó, bấm F1 liên tục, và tạo ra được những cái meaningful experience cho cái người yêu của mình. Và đi tìm những cái relevant technology. Thực sự là
chị nào mà làm các cái dịch vụ mà liên quan tới vụ này có vẻ hay. Ok rồi, cảm ơn Hằng. Long sao nhỉ?
Với Long thì Long nghĩ là có một câu thôi, tức là nếu mà nói bằng tiếng Anh thì câu chuyện là CX is not a department. Có nghĩa là trải nghiệm khách hàng nó không phải là một cái tên của phòng ban nào hết, nó là việc của toàn thể công ty. Và team trải nghiệm khách hàng chỉ là đi drive cái câu chuyện trải nghiệm khách hàng, có những KPI cho những câu chuyện đó, nhưng mà cái việc ảnh hưởng đến trải nghiệm khách hàng là tất cả liên quan câu chuyện mà công ty, từ top management team đến câu chuyện từng các bạn store staff level, câu chuyện ảnh hưởng trải nghiệm khách hàng.
Ok, còn Châu sao nhỉ?
Vâng ạ, với một người mà bị cut score quá nhiều như là em ấy, thì em sẽ có một cái lời khuyên từ cái chia sẻ của em thôi. Insight khách hàng thì đúng thật đấy, rất là tốt để mà mình làm trải nghiệm khách hàng. Nhưng cái lời khuyên của một người bị cut score, tất cả chúng ta ở đây đều bị cut cost thôi, thì cái lời khuyên lớn nhất là hãy luôn hỏi mình ai không phải là khách hàng của mình. Đấy ạ, bởi vì như thế thì mình mới biết được là cái cost mà mình mất đi sẽ phục vụ cho ai. Còn nếu như chúng ta cứ hỏi là ai là khách hàng của chúng ta sẽ quên đi mất là chúng ta sẽ nhận rất nhiều những cái người là khách hàng của chúng ta, mà chúng ta quên không lọc ai không phải là khách hàng của chúng ta, để chúng ta thấy là cái chi phí của chúng ta bỏ ra xứng đáng hơn.
Ok, Châu mention một cái điểm rất là quan trọng, đó là nghĩ tức là gì? Khi mà chúng ta làm CX ấy, là chúng ta phải hướng đến cái mục tiêu của cái CX là gì, chứ không phải là CX cho tất cả, đúng không? Phải vào cái nhóm đấy. Ok rồi, cảm ơn các speaker rất là nhiều. Thì các anh chị nào mà có một câu hỏi thì hôm nay ngoại lệ, chúng ta nói tiếng Việt ngoại lệ rồi, bây giờ anh chị nào hỏi luôn, không cần phải qua panel nữa. Các anh chị nào hỏi không, có cần câu hỏi, các chuyên gia đây có chị nào muốn hỏi không ạ? Rồi nếu như mà chị không có hỏi, rồi cảm ơn panel rất là nhiều.
Dạ, xin được cảm ơn tất cả các anh chị đã chia sẻ một cái chủ đề rất là hay, cũng như là cho các anh chị khán giả bên dưới mỗi người một cái lời khuyên ngắn gọn nhưng mà rất là đầy đủ và ý nghĩa, và nó thiết thực với tất cả mọi người. So, ladies and gentlemen, and now we go to the last topic today. What Web3 disruption can teach us about planning for the customer of the future. And right now, I would like to invite all of you to together with me to welcome Mrs. Lisa Colling, Director of Customer Experience Strategy, Oracle, who will join us virtually today. And in this session, we will decode how organizations can leverage loyalty principle to become more relevant and responsive to their customer, leading to improved customer lifetime value, sales conversion, and brand equity. And please take a look on the screen.
Welcome. It's time to begin. We're living in exciting times, and I was thinking the other day of Jason Bourne, the spy who woke up with amnesia and couldn't remember who he was. As guardians of the customer experience, we're also grappling with the same issue, identity, and what the future of customers will look like. To start with, hello and welcome to today's session on what Web3 disruption can teach us about planning for the customer of the future. I'm Lisa Collins, Director of Strategy for CX at Oracle, where I advise executives who are reinventing their customer experience capabilities in order to drive innovation and profitable business growth. And these are some of my identities. Now, we have a schedule that is packed full of practical content and stories about identity, loyalty, and the customer, how it's being challenged, why it's important to brands, and what or who holds the key to success. Now, let's start with cookies. So Jason Bourne, as you can see here, is being tracked as we speak on his computer by somebody targeting him for their latest home exercise bike product. And probably with the help of third-party cookies and third-party data, telling them that he's in market to buy sports equipment. Now in 2020, eMarketer found that 79% of marketers rely on this third-party data to determine audience identity. But with the deprecation of third-party cookies on the horizon, we to identity partners with the right ecosystem integrations for activation, and looking at things like overlaying digital analytics data with contextual intelligence as well. Now, identities are poised to become even more prolific. Personalization and targeting can be tied to IDs like a wallet ID with MetaMask, a first-party cookie that's set by Google Analytics or Oracle Infinity, precise context to Flock, which lets you target at a URL domain level. So not only do we have this proliferation of channels that you can see in front of you that we need to be personalizing experiences across, we also have multiple identities that we need to cater for. And Web3 promises consumers that they will be able to control and carry their identities with them instead of relying on centralized platforms to identify them, which adds another layer and level of complexity. So this is only going to continue to increase as we engage with customers across ever more immersive environments. But in fact, what we're actually seeing is a shift from device and browser ID targeting to consented and unknown IDs. But what's in the way of making this connection between unknown and known identities? Well, firstly, we need to think beyond just web and mobile cookies and IDs. Think of the trail of identities Jason Bourne would leave behind during his journey to being a smart bike owner. And we know, of course, that he needs to keep fit to keep running from the bad guys. In this instance, we have email, social, phone number, wallet IDs that we can target him with. We also need to think about the clients that we connect with him across. We need to be able to connect his identities across those clients and also across the different devices that those clients rest on. So let's say we're able to make our way through this maze and we were able to target him, and we encourage him to come to our partner store. Now, this could be a partner store in Decentraland, in the metaverse. It could be through mobile or even the real world bricks and mortar partner store. And he decides to purchase the bike and also perhaps some recommended accessories. Now, after using the bike once, he has yet to make that all-important second use and that second ride that he has to take with the bike. And we can see that he needs a little bit of a nudge to make sure that we can continue to grow his engagement with our brand. So let's say we send him a push notification on his phone that prompts him to fill out a survey, letting us know what his exercise goals actually are. And we can see that he struggles to stay motivated consistently, and sometimes he's low on cash for ongoing repairs to his equipment because, let's face it, he's on the run from the law a lot. So we can encourage him to join our Move and Earn loyalty program and get the NFT of the bike that he's bought, which is both a collectible and a way to earn rewards in new ways. For instance, he can earn bike tokens by holding the NFT and cycling on his bike, so he's actually rewarded for being healthy, or he can even rent out his token or his NFT to a user that he meets at a meetup so that he earns while they are cycling on their bike. So this is a way that he can begin to derive a second source of income from holding this NFT that's part of a loyalty program. And of course, the tokens that he earns could also be used to vote on where to distribute the profits from the DAO this is associated with, or even using services in the wider ecosystem that this is a part of, for instance, with insurance or repair or subscriptions. So this is an example of the kind of journey that Jason Bourne could actually go through today that begins to merge the Web 2.0 and the Web 3 worlds. So now that we have a better idea of the kinds of identities we should be thinking about tracking, what's the second biggest hurdle that we have to overcome? That, of course, is consent. So at each of the steps that we saw, we needed Jason or consumers in general to give us permission when it suited him. For consumers, they want us to make sure that we respect their desire to be tracked on mobile, or perhaps to be using their mobile phones to stitch together personalized experiences in a way that makes them feel like they've been given back control. And the good news is, what they're really asking from us is to respect them by building trust. Research has consistently shown that people are willing to share data and to respond to marketing activities and messages. And actually, once you get to know them better, they expect deeper individualization and personalization. But in order to get that initial response, firms must first use data in ways that are contextual, authentic, and empathetic. And to do that, we need to reward their consent. Now, who's doing this really well at the moment? Well, the cool kids over in the crypto clubhouse are rewarding their audiences in new and interesting ways. Now, Web3 thinks about rewards differently and allows content to be created, shared, and monetized in fundamentally new ways. So let's start with the well-known Bored Ape Yacht Club, one of the most influential and expensive NFT collections in the world. With a minimum price of about 110 Ethereum or $3,200 and up to $3.4 million for this guy on the right. They offer members partnerships and exclusive access in ways that haven't really been possible before. For instance, when Adidas dropped their first NFTs, they made $22 million in under 2 minutes by partnering with the Bored Ape Yacht Club. So holders of the NFT gained access to 2 key benefits: real-world exclusive merchandise like a limited edition tracksuit, and also digital merchandise like more NFTs, access codes for future sneaker drops, parties in the metaverse, and also opportunities to make money from their own digital creations. Now, bold brands are really using Web3, NFTs, and the metaverse to find new ways to understand the customer of tomorrow and to begin to reward their engagement. For instance, there's a sushi restaurant in New York where to get a reservation, you have to be a member, but to be a member, you have to hold an NFT for the club. And you can only book a seat at that restaurant if you hold that NFT. Now, this is a new mechanism for how clubs and loyalty works, because technically you can lease that NFT out, which means that membership is both transferable and can give people a dividend or some form of a revenue stream as NFT owners. Secondly, closer to home, earlier this year, the 2022 Australian Open did a great job with exploring ways to engage with and reward fans by connecting the real world and virtual worlds in Decentraland. What was really interesting about this initiative is what they actually sold effectively pieces of history. They sold NFTs, allowing fans to own a piece of the Australian Open history in terms of games. So an art ball that you can see here on the left-hand side, the NFT was linked to an individual plot on the official Australian Open court with real data and match-winning points associated with them. Now, when we think about Web3, what does it actually mean? Well, recently somebody asked their Twitter audience, describe Web3 in one word, and the answers that came back can really be grouped into 3 different buckets. So the first is one that aligns to the ethos of Web3. It's around decentralization, community, ownership, sovereignty, where people are promised platforms that are both decentralized, transparent, and interoperable. So the defining characteristic is really the sharing of value across all participants in their community and society that are impacted by their activities. The second group of people think that there are a bunch of grifters that are just out to make a quick buck. And the third group of people really do identify and illustrate how transactions are being rewarded for transactions where previously you weren't, with actual tokens and money, is something that is a feature that is emerging throughout this community. And when it comes to the technical side of what Web3 actually is, check out Coinbase.com. This is an overview of the different kinds of infrastructure, the use cases, and the ways that you can actually access Web3 capabilities and decentralized apps. So that's my first tip for the day on where to find out more if this is a new space for you. Now, taking it back to the customer, the reason why this is an important conversation to have is because in order to deliver these seamless experiences, regardless of the environment, the channels, the infrastructure that you're working with, we really need to have a true understanding of who our customers actually are, combining both Web 2.0 and Web 3 sources if possible. And this is where loyalty platforms and customer data platforms are really able to help by pulling in multiple sources of data in real time. But the gaps in identity are still there. Remember, we spoke about authentication, driving deterministic linkages between people's different identities, whether it's the wallet ID, an email address, a phone number, and the gaps in identity will still be there regardless of the technology that you're using, because we rely on customers to consent to letting us know who they are on all the channels that matter to them. And this is where loyalty comes into effect. So we need to start rewarding customers for doing this in ways that are really meaningful for them. So by filling in the gaps on the valuable first-party data on your most engaged customers, we're able to drive what we call brand valuable behavior. Now, taking a step back at behavior, what do all of these scenarios have in common? The first is Amsterdam's Schiphol Airport in 1999 was able to reduce urinal spillage by 80% by etching an image of a fly into the urinal that people couldn't help but aim for. Secondly, the streets of London in 2015 were cleaned of cigarettes in areas where people were asked to use them to vote on their opinion around different sports questions. And for the last 25 years, anytime you go to a McDonald's, you'll be asked if you want fries with that, which nets them an additional 15 to 40% in revenue every single year. And what do these have in common? Well, of course, they're all examples of nudge theory, using a subtle method to change how we behave. And this is what loyalty marketers have been doing for years, increasing loyalty with tiny behavioral nudges. And now it's become easier to nudge through rewarding this brand valuable behavior. In this case, that looks like the linking of identities across channels. So this is really what award-winning loyalty programs have been doing for years, helping to solve for or filling the gaps on valuable first-party data on your most engaged customers, understanding cross-channel behavior, building D2C connections, deepening personalization, and improving your marketing ROI attribution as well. So let's have a look at what this looks like in practice today. Now, the Red Bull Racing Paddock Loyalty Program was launched in October 2021. It's already generated substantial engagement, including significant growth in their fan account members, and earned kudos from fans from across the world from over 172 different countries. Now, this is an example of a brand building out their first-party data strategy, measured by the increase in the number of touch points they have with their fan base and their 360-degree view of the fan. For many brands, this view sometimes even starts offline, for instance, encouraging first-party data collection with in-store data capture, allowing customers to upload store receipts from any point of sale to get points, and really enabling them to collect any point of engagement across the offline to online customer journey. So this way brands can capture and understand more about where customers are purchasing, where they're consuming the product. Is it in a store, through a partner, or even at sporting events? Now, once an account is created, Red Bull Racing can reward for engagement with something as simple as a quiz, but they can also run surveys to collect customer info and preferences, or to learn about other favorite teams or musicians that their loyal customer base has. And of course, customers are rewarded with points for answering these questions. Activities like referring friends, viewing new videos or blog content, completing a task, searching for an Easter egg hunt through their social media profiles, or even event trackside attendance are all examples of new brand valuable behaviors that can be rewarded. And Red Bull Racing, like many loyalty programs, also wants a way to engage fans during the off-season or between big campaign periods. So the paddock allows year-round access to these incredible money can't buy rewards, VIP curated experiences, and fandom memorabilia, like the shirt of a winning race car driver for a particular match. And of course, this also includes rewards that have the ability to reward both the brand and the consumer through one-of-a-kind digital collectibles. And you can see here, this is one of the first digital collectibles that they made available. And this also gives them insight into their fan willingness to engage with new platforms and products like the NFTs that you can see over here, but also to begin to build out a store and a collection of fan wallet IDs. So these are Web3 IDs that can help them to establish whether this is an area of interest or to build out a pool that they can leverage in the future as well. So we've taken a look at identity. We've looked at how we can reward brand valuable behavior, how we can encourage people to connect their identities across multiple channels to make sure that we're constantly creating the seamless customer experience, regardless of where a customer actually is. Once we begin to pull in this data, brands like Red Bull are actually building out sophisticated fan 360 engines across channels. So in the first month alone, Red Bull actually saw a massive increase in their full paddock membership and millions of loyalty points redeemed, which was also allowing them to have access to a huge array of data that they hadn't previously had access to before. So key to ensuring that the embedded intelligence of this fan experience platform and ensuring that it can actually perform at its peak is due to the cleanse and unified data that the customer data platform that they use provides. So if the time is right for you to take your customer experience to the next level, what are the top 3 obstacles to getting value from a CDP if that's an area that you're choosing to invest? Now, the CDP Institute recently ran a study that shows that organizational and input data are some of the biggest CDP problems who have deployed a CDP but aren't actually seeing any value from it. This can be avoided early on in the process by ensuring that you spend the time to create clear requirements connected to business value and outcomes as well. And what are the top indicators for success from people who have implemented a CDP and have the highest level of satisfaction? Well, the same study showed that when users focus on features during the selection process instead of cost, they have higher satisfaction scores. On the other hand, the lack of vision and focus on cost alone made for relatively more unhappy CDP users. And the last top indicators for success, well, users who know what they need and match the right solution for them. There's many different shapes and sizes of CDPs, and it's no surprise that independent analysts agree that Oracle is a leader in the category and has one of the most complete customer data platform solutions on offer. So when we think about enterprise needs, we know that enterprises in particular need to consider the extensibility, the flexibility, and the power of an enterprise level CDP, considering things like the data models, profile unification, AI and machine learning, segmentation, analytics, connectivity, and data governance capabilities that are on offer. An IDC study from 2021 advises that the best way to get started is to prioritize the business use cases and also estimate the return on investment. So what's a framework that you can start with to follow Bourne's example and uncover your true identity, or at least uncover the right CDP or solution capabilities for you? This is a really simple framework and something to get you started in having conversations with your teams. So thinking about the company and customer journeys across the entire purchase cycle, you want to identify the current state and vision for the future, the use cases that will enable that to happen, the outcomes that will drive, and the specific CDP or loyalty capabilities that are needed to make that happen. And this is an example of a bank that is offering household or joint account products. You could do this for different product ranges or categories, depending on the shape and size of your business. Now, the kinds of results that I've spoken about are really typical across the broad suite of customer experience solutions that Oracle provides across marketing, sales, service, and advertising, as well as customer data platform. And in fact, what you can see in front of you is actually a picture of our own marketing engagement engine that Oracle uses internally. So we put our tech to work using the conceptual framework of helping customers to discover, engage, serve, and consume at the highest level to drive this truly world-class marketing engine. And as a result, we've been able to speed up campaign launches, to reduce sales research time, to double lead conversion, and to shorten the time to service our customers. So today, CX success and your company's success in the experience economy really depends on your ability to master data signals in real time to stand out from your competitors. To sum it up, the concept of identity has always been core to customer relationships across the entire customer journey. And our ability to weave customer interactions into a holistic experience has been hampered by these increasingly fragmented identities and lagging infrastructure. This will only continue to increase and become more complex as time goes on and as new kinds of platforms arise, especially in the Web3 space. It just so happens that these two operational challenges are what most enterprise-level CDPs and loyalty platforms and contextual identity solutions are designed to solve. So amid the scramble about what to do when Google does away with third-party cookies in Chrome next year, remember to use modern loyalty strategies and comprehensive customer data platform capabilities to not only build relationships with customers, but to reward brand valuable behavior that helps you build trust and build the value of your first-party data stores. It's been great spending time with you today. Let's continue the conversation and feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. Till next time.
Thưa quý vị, chúng ta cùng nghe một phần chia sẻ từ cô Lisa Collins. Và thưa các anh chị thân mến, có lẽ đến giờ phút này cũng là thời phút để chúng ta cùng khép lại sự kiện ngày hôm nay. Thì trước khi khép lại sự kiện, xin được mời lên sân khấu chị Phan Bích Tâm, Country Manager Vietnam, Myanmar and Cambodia MMA sẽ lên sân khấu để có vài lời chia sẻ với tất cả các anh chị ạ.
Bích Tâm xin cảm ơn tất cả các anh chị đã nán lại đến giờ phút này và mong là tất cả các anh chị chúng ta đã có được những cái thông tin hữu ích cho riêng mình. So thank you so much for staying with us till now, and we hope that each of you can get something for yourself. during on the topic today. So just like we have the good news, I want to tell you before we close the session, that's the biggest event for client, for brands will happen on 25th May. End of May, okay, in Ho Chi Minh City. And this is event we just open for client only, I mean on the brands. So the C-level from the company, CEO, CMO, CTO, CIO will be invited. And this is invited only event. We not sell any tickets there, so you can buy. So just like if you are the client here in this room, just sign up for a request. We'll send immediately to MMA team. We will consider your profile and be invited to the event. And remember that this is will happen very soon, end of next week. Okay, so good luck and looking forward to having you again soon with the upcoming event with MMA. Thank you so much. Thật ra là MMA có một cái section nữa ngay bây giờ, đó là cái section for MMA members only. Just like we have it 2 months, we have an MMA member meet up, and right now we have to say goodbye to all delegate, non-member, okay? And we welcome all the member to stay here. So just like we have a 45 minutes to networking up today. Thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Pemberton. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of MMA Vietnam, we'd like to say thank you so much for joining us. And I hope all of you to enjoy the event and hope to see you soon in the next workshop organized by MMA Vietnam. Thank you and have a good day. Và thưa các anh chị thân mến, với các anh chị member của MMA thì các anh chị cũng đã có nghe chị Bích Tâm chia sẻ là chúng ta sẽ có một cái buổi networking sau buổi ngày hôm nay nữa. Và Thanh Giang cũng xin được lưu ý với tất cả các anh chị ra về thì nhớ ghé bàn lễ tân để mình lấy một cái voucher giữ xe miễn phí các anh chị nha. Thanh Giang xin được nhắc lại là các anh chị ra về thì chúng ta nhớ ghé bàn lễ tân để mình lấy cái voucher giữ xe miễn phí ở khách sạn ạ. Xin được cảm ơn tất cả các anh chị. Dạ và ngay bây giờ cũng xin được mời tất cả các anh chị member của MMA chúng ta sẽ cùng lên sân khấu để mình chụp với nhau một bức hình được không ạ? Dạ xin được mời các anh chị chúng ta sẽ cùng lên sân khấu để mình chụp với nhau một bức hình ạ. So right now I would like to invite all the members of MMA, please come to the stage for taking photo. Và thưa các anh chị thân mến, ở phía bên ngoài khán phòng của chúng ta thì ban tổ chức cũng có chuẩn bị tea break. Thì các anh chị có thể ra phía trước để mình lấy tea break và tiếp tục vào bên trong khán phòng để mình có một cái buổi networking sau cái sự kiện ngày hôm nay ạ. Dạ các anh chị ơi, các anh chị đang còn lại khán phòng mình sẽ cùng lên sân khấu mình chụp với nhau một tấm hình được không ạ? So everybody please come on stage for taking photo together. Come on. Dạ xin được mời tất cả các anh chị chúng ta sẽ cùng lên sân khấu mình chụp hình với nhau một tấm hình để kỷ niệm sự